Esse é muy aggressive one is there.
The sun was shining on the sea. The sun was shining on the sea, or shining with all his might. He did his very best to make us see the billows smooth and bright. And this was odd, because it was odd, the middle of the night. The moon was shining sulkily, because she thought the sun had got no business to be there after the day was done. It's very rude of him, she said, to come and spoil the fun. The sea was wet as wet could be. The sands were dry as dry. You could not see a cloud because no cloud was in the sky. No birds were flying overhead. There were no birds to fly. The Carpenter were walking close at hand. They wept like anything to see on earth such quantities of sand. If this were only cleared away, they said it would be grand. F7 maids with 7 moms, he swept it for half a year. Do you suppose the Walrus said that they could get it clear? Ooh, I doubt it, said the Carpenter, and shed a bitter tear.
Oysters, come and walk with us. The Walrus did beseech. A pleasant walk, a pleasant talk along the briny beach. We cannot do with more than 4 to give a hand to siege. The eldest oyster had looked at him, but never a word he said. The eldest oyster winked his eye and shook his heavy head, meaning to say he did not choose to leave the oyster bed. Trees. Their coats were brushed, their faces washed, their shoes were clean and neat. And this was odd because, you know, they hadn't any feet. 4 other oysters followed them, and yet another 4. And thick and fast they came at last, and more the frothy waves and scrambling to the shore. The walrus and the carpenter had walked on a mile or so, and then they rested on a rock conveniently low, and all the little oysters stood here and waited in a row. The time has come, the walrus said, to talk of many things, of shoes and ships and sealing wax, of cabbages and kings, and why the sea is boiling hot and whether pigs have wings. But wait a bit, the oysters cried, before we have our chat. For some of us are out of breath, and all of us are fat. No hurry, said the carpenter. They thanked him much for that. A loaf of bread, the walrus said, is what we chiefly need. Pepper and vinegar besides him are very good indeed. Now if you're ready, oysters dear, if we can begin to feed. Cried, and turning a little blue. After such kindness, that would be a dismal thing to do. The night is fine, the walrus said. Are you admire the view? It was so kind of you to come. You are very nice. The carpenter said nothing but yeah. Cut us another slice. I wish you were not quite so deaf. I've had to ask you twice. A shame, the walrus said, to play them such a trick. After we've brought them out so far and made them trot so quick, the carpenter said nothing but yeah, the butter spread too thick.
Such a fun time. Such a fun time. Hello, everyone. I hope all of you are doing at least moderately well on this lovely Wednesday. Fuck, man. Shit is rolling together very quickly for me, and I'd rather it didn't, to say the least. But I hope everyone is doing okay. It's been a long few days, as it seems to be lately a lot. Today was long for various reasons. Horrifying news that kind of got to me in a long way. My son, I just finished dealing with my son having a meltdown because he couldn't find mom. What are you going to do? She was outside. So that's the way it goes. Topo Chico. This should be a pretty fun stream as far as streams go. Do you want to know why? Because that's right. It's Nietzsche time. Not just any Nietzsche, though. We want to make sure it's a really good Nietzsche reading that we're going to critique. So we're going to rely on our friend Jay Peterman, who owns a catalog of clothing, but apparently got into Jung a few years ago and spent a lot of time misreading everything. So as we go through this, we're going to do all of his super secret private lecture. At some point, I fully expect to be copyright struck. I don't care. He doesn't really lecture, and the fact that he charges for this is, as far as I'm concerned, basically fraud, because I've watched enough of it to go, there's no lecture here. He's not even really giving his own thoughts. He's kind of just rambling, and there's nothing. So, more relaxed stream, kind of a chill stream, probably for you, not for me. I have no doubt I'm going to be incensed and kind of fucking psyched up, and it's going to be a problem. You guys know me. But hey, who knows? We'll see what happens as we get going. If you'd like any other content, if you'd like me to react to anything else, I have one treat I want to throw in there as a thing. Friend of the server. Not everyone knows him. You probably should, though. You probably should. Let me see if I can pull up. Boop, 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 boop. We're going to do... If I cross over enough donations, and that's going to be completely up to my own discretion, entirely up to my own discretion, then we will do... One second. It's going to be that one with this guy. If you don't know this guy, you should. This is one of my favorite YouTube channels. It is Zentapier. Friend of the channel. Friend of, well, I don't know about friend. I'd like to say friend, and I'm going to say friend because it's a lie, and lies are perfectly fine. Zentapier has probably the most interesting YouTube videos that exist in the world. And I don't mean that lightly. This is philosophy on hard mode. This is embracing everything that D&G have written about in a way that allows you to do something that completely breaks stuff. And I don't mean this in a bad way. I mean, I don't know about this video. This video may be terrible. I have every faith that it is not. Is this good or bad theory? I am going to say it doesn't even apply here. There is something magic with Zentapier. So, if we hit that amount, whatever the fuck I decide it is, we will do Zentapier, and I'll just give you just a taste of the beginning of it. Oop, 1 second. Why did you not play any? Did you not get audio? What the fuck? There you go. Fucking stupid thing. Goddamn OBS. Nope, no, just go back. All right, there you are, and...
Talk about subjectivity. Hello, friends. Today I will not talk about subjectivity. Instead, I will prove the existence of God. This seems necessary to me because so many people are arguing about it on YouTube. And additionally, I will also present a new ontology here. I love the topic and have tried my best to present everything in a clear and entertaining way, but even I have my limitations, so don't expect a miracle. Having said that, let's start with the proof. We can take the definition from the...
It is not bad theory by any stretch of anything that exists. And I adore it. This, however, this is absolutely bad theory. So off we fucking go. Good night, it's not me. I get little pops all the time with these fucking videos.
All right, so we'll dive in today. So we walked through some contextualizing, talking about Nietzsche's life and about the times that he found himself surrounded by.
And I'm just going to mention, we skipped the second video because I watched it, and I will not do it. JH, thank you for the $5. That is on the way to Zentapier's amount. I watched the second video. It is Nietzsche and Dostoevsky. It is the ramblings of a lunatic, and there's nothing there. Like, it's insane. Not fun insane, just like nothing.
And today we're going to start digging more specifically into the particulars of his philosophy and concentrating on Beyond Good and Evil, which, apart from Thus Spake Zarathustra, is Nietzsche's most well-known and perhaps his most comprehensive work. It's hard to rank order his writing. Thus Spake Zarathustra to the particulars of his philosophy and concentrating.
Summary of episode 2. Dostoevsky and Nietzsche are sort of the same, sort of, kind of.
On Beyond Good and Evil, which, apart from Thus Spake Zarathustra, is Nietzsche's most well-known and perhaps his most comprehensive work.
Okay. I don't believe any of that's true at all. Most well-known, Beyond Good and Evil, I would say people have heard of, sure, but to say most comprehensive, besides Thus Spoke Zarathustra, which is a fiction book. What a fucking jackass. Reacting to Jordan Peterson, but the video ends if he mentions rats or lobsters. Ooh. All right. Every time he mentions lobsters, we change the playback speed to slightly faster. Every time.
It's hard to rank order his writings in terms of brilliance, but this would be in the upper 50th percentile, certainly. A good place to start for anybody who's watching or listening who might...
It's in the better half of his works. Fucking Christ. I love it. It's very big. Teacher, I left my dog ate my homework energy. Except he's teaching a class on this that he knew about in a white void. That's fantastic.
Might be interested in reading Nietzsche. I wouldn't recommend beginning with Thus Spake Zarathustra because it's
I'd agree.
Not
a philosophy book.
Typical of his work in general, and it's a very difficult work to unpack. A lot of the unpacking is already done in Beyond Good and Evil.
I am going to just disagree with that, but I could agree with it, so whatever.
So it was published in 1886, and it was Nietzsche's first attempt to provide something like a comprehensive overview of his entire corpus of thinking. Now, he wasn't a particularly systematic thinker, nor did he aim to be. He was an aphoristic thinker and an imagistic and a poetic thinker.
Aphorisms? Is that a thing you Canadians say? Is it like aphorisms about? It's aphorisms about poutine? Is that how it works up there? Because I've never heard anyone say aphorisms in my life. Is he putting on an affect there? It's really weird. It's really weird.
Thinker, a romantic thinker. And so Beyond Good and Evil is not a systematic argument that runs through the entire text. It's more like a series of images highlighting different ideas that have to be assembled by the reader into something approximating a coherent whole. Flashes of insight, flashes of revelation. That might be a good way to think about it. Now, Nietzsche also was a very literary philosopher.
Okay. If you're going to come at it from like the analytic position, it is not a systematic work. However, it is very difficult not to come away with a general systemic understanding of things. He outlines in his imaging. It's a very weird way to go about it. I'm fascinated.
Flashes of revelation. That might be a good way to think about it.
Flashes of revelation.
Now, Nietzsche
Interesting.
also was a very literary philosopher in his writing
It's because he wasn't a philosopher, but
style. And instead of laying out programmatic arguments, he used aphorisms. And he was
that's going to
also
get
an
under my fucking
ironic
skin.
writer. So what's an aphorism? The word is derived from the Greek aphorismos, and I suppose you could think of an aphorism as the attempt to formulate something wise in the shortest possible space, using the most elegant formulation, the least number of words. So wisdom in its most concise form. So some aphorisms that you might be familiar with include Heraclitus, the ancient Greek philosopher, who said, "It is not possible to step into the same river twice." And
okay.
it's a
Yeah.
compelling phrase because it contains a paradox. It's like a Zen koan in some ways. Well,
No. It's let me try to steel man Geordie here. Peterson's always low energy Smith Black. So what he's talking about is the way aphorisms work. Aphorisms, is that they're intended to be like the most concise statement that goes about expressing a principle or underlying truth, a general underlying truth. The statement, for example, you cannot step in the same river twice, is intended to itself be able to be thought through and reasoned and actually have you understand that rivers necessarily change. Alongside Heraclitus, you have the Stoics and others, statements like, I think maybe it was even was it Heraclitus? When you speak, a word passes from your lips. When I say chariot, a chariot comes across my lips. That they're meant to be paradoxical of sorts, but it's not the same as a Zen koan. Zen koans are literally meant to be impossibility of answering things. They're like meant to force you to get to the point of non-understanding. Some things the Stoics said are like that, but it's very difficult. Great. He was a philologist. Yeah, there's a lot of different aphorisms. But you know what? Overall, I'm okay with it. He didn't do a good job of it, but this is right. It's right so far.
at some
kind of what
levels
Nietzsche's
of analysis, a river today and the same river tomorrow are the same.
No, it's not tomorrow, dude. It's literally this next step. That's why as you can't step in the same river twice. It's the next step. That's the whole point.
But obviously, the water that composes the river is not the same at all. It's not even the same second to second. And
yes,
this
there you go,
aphorism
Jordy.
highlights the incredibly complex problem that any two objects are similar and dissimilar in a near innumerable number of ways.
Oh my God, are you going to explain
that begs an even
the
more
Heraclitus
fundamental
line?
question, which is, what do we mean when we say that two things are the same?
Wait. I mean, he's like the worst professor who's ever existed. This is amazing. So he's using the example of Heraclitus. And again, like you're saying in chat, I don't think Heraclitus is the one that said it. But you know what? I don't give a shit. Fucking, it's Heraclitus. Let's go with Heraclitus. And now he's going to teach what the Heraclitus thing meant. It's like, and now we're in a lecture on the pre-Socratics, I guess. I don't think, what the fuck? This is so strange. I love it. I love it. He's
paradox. It's like a Zen cone in some ways. Well, at some levels of analysis,
That's
a river
amazing.
today and the same river tomorrow are the same, but obviously the water
like a
that
meth
composes
addict.
the river
He's
is
just
not the same at all. It's not
following
even the
his
same
point.
second to second, and this aphorism highlights the incredibly complex problem that any two objects are similar and dissimilar in a near innumerable number of ways. And that begs an
What?
even more fundamental question.
It's also a fundamental misunderstanding of the statement, but I don't care about that. What's interesting is he sees the river moment to moment. Moment to moment. He sees those moments each as individual objects. Right?
Any two objects are similar and dissimilar in a near innumerable number of ways. And that begs
That's
an even more
amazing.
fundamental question, which is, what do we mean when we say that two things are the same or that two things are different? We could say that, well, two people are the same, and obviously there are elements of similarity between people, but there's endless numbers of differences. And so the idea of identity, similarity, is a very, very complicated one. It's not obvious how we solve it. I've been thinking about that a lot for a very long time, and I think...
All right. We're now not talking about beyond good and evil in any capacity. That's kind of magical. This is why I kind of like... I appreciate Jordy. We're like way in a different place now. Beyond Good and Evil doesn't really have a lot about identity in it.
You know, our natural proclivity would be to assume that you can characterize an object, let's say, by a list of features, and then if you compared two objects and you tried to determine similarity or difference, you'd compare the list of features and you'd look for overlap, and the more overlap there is,
God.
the more they're the same. The problem is that there's a never-ending list of features that characterize any given object.
Not really the problem. Do you want to know the problem? It's actually really interesting. You are cataloging the features after making the selection of what the two objects are and creating the categories of them. So when you're saying the river now and the river later, you've actually created the categories and are retroactively defining them. But you don't even know you've done this. So what's happened already is you've gone through the selection process and said these two things are the same because of these or different, and you've decided to not associate them or associate them. People talk about their right or left eyes being slightly different shapes or sizes, for example. You've done the work already. The problem is that the selection process that made you even understand that these two things are different has happened. The exclusive or inclusive, ideally, disjunctive, which has enabled the secondary sort of connections and the multiplicity to be either or different things, has happened. You've completely fucked the thing up. And he doesn't even know that because, again, for him, as he said, the river today and tomorrow are two objects, which is actually it's extremely self-aware. Again, wrong, fascist, but it's extremely self-aware. It's amazing. Hypercategorization is a mode of thought. It's the paranoiac fascizing pole in Anti-Oedipus. Like, it is not strong amongst reactionary, it is the reactionary tendency. They don't even know the creation of the singular, the crushing that has happened. They don't give a fuck.
Object. So that's one problem. The second problem is, how do you rank order those features in terms of importance? Right? So you might say, well, what feature most cardinally defines a human being? It's very
The penis.
difficult question to answer.
Sorry, I'm assuming that's his answer.
So you have the problem of the rank ordering of the features, and then, well, those are the two most difficult problems. And there are ways of
No one's taking notes. They're like, should I pretend to be taking notes now, or would it be too obvious?
circumventing that. So you might say, well, two things are the same if you could replace them in the pursuit of an action with no alteration in the pursuit. So you could have a plastic drinking glass and a glass drinking glass, and you could say they're the same. And the reason they're the same is because you could swap one for the other and continue your current operation unhindered. And that introduces the notion that there's something like pragmatic or practical utility.
According to Jordan Peterson, Jesus in Egypt is different than the one in Palestine because his molecules change over time. If he said that, I'm actually impressed that he's that self-aware. But here's the thing. He's literally a different object than he was a moment ago. So imagine the multitude of nightmares of categorization that is.
Utility that's at the bottom of our judgments of similarity, rather than something like a list of objective features, which, as I said, can be endless and also raises the difficulty of prioritization of the list. And so, can you step into the same river twice? Well, one answer to that question is, what do you mean by the same? The river's the same if you use the same bridge to cross it. And the reason for that is you're actually defining the river in reference to the bridge, and you're defining the bridge in reference to...
This is like, this is what happens when really dumb people do a lot of pot. This is the same type of discussion. So bro, but like, okay, like, what do you mean by same? Like, yeah, okay, so that's the same river, but like, do you mean like you cross it? Is that like the same because we cross it the same way? No, that's a bridge. I'm talking about the river. Yeah, but like, what is the same?
Your journey, and the river's the same enough 2 days running, assuming there hasn't been a flood and the bridge is washed out. It's the same enough so that you don't have to reconceptualize your notion of what constitutes the river in order to attain the goal that you're pursuing. But what you have to really understand is if that's actually the basis on which we make our judgments of similarity, that we're introducing a telos or a value structure into the idea of category itself.
Oh my God.
Two things are the same insofar as they serve the same purpose, the same human purpose, the same set.
I'm not punching down on all weed smokers. I've enjoyed myself. Do not worry. I will never forget my buddy Mike and I got so high one time that we were watching Powerpuff Girls and playing Twisted in the background, and they synced, and we thought it was like proof of Twisted writing Powerpuff Girls. I don't even remember. It was fucking wild. It was wild. But not knocking that, just knocking people who think that they were brilliant. Well, they were. Because when I was done, I wasn't like, I figured out a new thing.
Of human values. That's another place where subjectivity then is
Sunshine Guy, I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking.
introduced into the notion of object perception itself. It's a very deep problem. All that's packed in some sense, that whole mystery is packed into the aphorism, which is why people haven't forgotten it for thousands of years. Plato, necessity is the mother of invention. Well, what does that mean?
We're 7.5 minutes in. He's quoted multiple other philosophers, had a really terrible discussion about the nature of difference, which kind of, I mean, it's sticking in my craw because, of course. Now we're on Plato.
How much adversarial force do you have to confront in your life before you're sufficiently motivated to generate something like a creative or original solution? And that's a very good question too.
I need someone to do me a favor. I do not believe Plato ever said that. It doesn't make any sense at all because Plato was big on affirming destiny and not necessity, quite literally. And I know these aren't the words because obviously it was in Greek, but I don't think he ever said that in any capacity. Socrates said similar-ish things, but I don't think he said this. The text right there says so. That's, can someone find me, just if anyone wants to take a sec, because I'm going to keep watching, but if anyone else would rabbit hole for a second, just come back. Someone I trust, ideally. Randos work too. But if you can find Nietzsche, Nietzsche, I think the video, look, we're watching a video about Nietzsche. I assumed it was about Nietzsche. If you can find Plato doing that. Not Olivia. Shrooms are gross. Doug Stanhope does a bit where he talks about at one point at this party they were having over a few days, they were running so low on drugs, they invented mocaine, which is where you crushed up mushrooms and cocaine and snorted it. That would be disgusting.
Before you're sufficiently motivated.
If Plato said necessity is the mother of invention or anything like it, because I actually think he's now making shit up. Sunshine Guy, thank you. Thank you very much for the $5. It's very kind.
To generate something like a creative or original solution. And that's a very good question too. We might delude ourselves into thinking that what we would want optimally, if we could have what we wanted, would be an easy and secure life. But it isn't obvious at all that that's what we want. What we seem to want more deeply is the right amount of adversarial tension. I mean,
this has nothing to do with the statement, necessity is the mother of invention. 2, Plato didn't say it. 3, this is anti-Platonic, what he's very much talking about, even though this is insane. This is a fucking madman.
And there's a deep biological reason for that. A lot of biological systems calibrate themselves using opponent processing. There's a push in one direction.
So everyone's aware, I'm watching in VLC. Every time he says lobster, I'm going to make it get a bit faster because that rewards me. Is he talking about Schopenhauer? I don't know who said that. Like, I don't think any philosopher, first off, would ever say such a thing because it's such a, hey, look what I got at the fucking Hobby Mart. It's a fucking plaque I put on the wall. Isn't it beautiful? Necessity is the mother of invention. Ha ha ha. And it's right above, bless this mess. Like, it's that kind of talk. It's that kind of bullshit.
And a push in another. So, for example,
he said need is the real creator in Republic. Did he say that? Did he say that, or are you actually quoting Socrates?
If you want to move your hand very smoothly, you can do it like that, and that's pretty smooth. But if you really want it to be smooth, you do this, and you push with one hand against the other, and then you can make unbelievably tiny micro adjustments because of that tension. Now, you think within a relationship, you might want security and freedom from.
Look, if it's in the Republic Book 2, it's Socrates who says it. Socrates talks about how cities came from the need of man. It's the closest I can think of. That's why if you're talking Republic, I think it's Socrates. Said Plato. Really? Huh. I'd have to reread. Interesting. Still not a quote, but still. Yeah.
Anxiety and opportunity, but that isn't all you want. And it might not even be the fundamental thing you want. What you want is enough adversarial tension so that you're pushed to the limits of your ability, so that you stay in the zone of proximal development, so that you expand and transform. And so then you might say, well, you want something like a partner in play, and play is optimized adversarial interaction. Imagine you set up a game, I don't care what the game is, one-on-one basketball. It's like, well, who do you want to play with? Well, you want to win.
I'm looking this up now because I don't believe Plato said that. Sorry. I love you, Power Surg, but I'm looking. It does not make. Now it renders that as really. Yeah, it's Socrates. I thought so. I mean, it's Plato writes it, so maybe it, I guess, counts. Because it's Book 2, 369c. Socrates says, a city comes into being because each of us is not self-sufficient but needs many things. Human need drives creation of social institutions, etc. All right, I can give it to Jordy. It doesn't work for me, but still. Yeah, it's Book 2, 369c. It's Socrates. I'll give it to him, though. Fair. It just is such a non-Platonic thing. Very weird. Because I think... I'm just... Sorry, I'm reading now. Because 369 moves into 372. 372 is where... And again, it's been a while. Tell me if I'm missing stuff in between. Because... The reason I don't believe this is because Plato Socrates is talking about the city of pigs in 372. The idea of this city where everyone works together with materialist conception of things, more or less. But the thing is, Republic goes on to basically say we aren't actually satisfied with necessities. Necessities don't do it for us, that we have desires beyond this of luxury and refined goods and honor and justice. And this is where conflict arises. And this is why we have guardians and leaders who do this. And that's the whole point for Plato, is to not reduce things to material need. Someone who's better with Plato can tell me this. It's been a while, but this is like the opposite of the entire point. In Phaedro, for example, we went over this because we were doing Logic of Sense, and there's a lot of Plato. Deleuze talks about a lot of Plato. We happen to have a Plato expert in the group, Derek, who's fucking awesome. But the entire idea of Phaedo is that it's the soul's nature to escape material needs. So, need being the mother of invention is so anti-Plato, I'm not even sure. It just doesn't feel like something that works for Plato, because it's a Marxist notion. It's a Marxist notion.
Well, do you? Well, then maybe you're 6'7" and you're a pro basketball player and you play a 4-year-old, and generally speaking, you've pretty much stopped.
Yeah, again, Jowett translates that, and I'm not saying it's not in the book, but Plato literally argues against this throughout, because the whole point is that needs aren't enough. It's not enough to give a shit about people's material needs. Material needs are base and animal, and humans are more than that. There's bigger things than that. It's a... Yeah.
Them without any problem at all, and your victory is assured, and everyone would say...
Here's the problem with critique. He has said this, and it's something that is in the text, but in my heart, I feel like it's not. And I don't know enough to say otherwise. And he's able to say this dumb shit, and I am certain he's wrong. And I'm certain he's wrong for some big reasons, which is I've read Plato, and Plato would be like, wow, materialist needs. I'm so into that. Not. But I can't pull out the thing. I can't pull out the multitude of pages that require reading, because it's said, but it's said in the act of tearing it apart, in the, 5, 10, 20, 30 pages, as the city of pigs is torn apart from being what it is, which is, again, animalistic, and then moved beyond to the man. It's isn't Platonism metaphysics? It just doesn't work with this. This is the frustration.
Well, why would anyone play that game? And that's actually an interesting question, because if victory in the game is the end, then you specified victory with 100% certainty. So why is that a bad strategy? And the answer is something like, no. It's like, well, who do you want to play with? Limits of your ability so that you stay in the zone of proximal development so that you expand and transform. And so then you might say, well, you want something like a partner in play, and play is optimized adversarial interaction. Imagine you set up a game, I don't care what the game is, one-on-one basketball. It's like, well, who do you want to play with? Well, you want to win. Well, do you? Well, then maybe you're 6'7" and you're a pro basketball player and you play a 4-year-old, and generally speaking, you pretty much stomp him without any problem at all, and you're victim.
Could I give it a Platonic reading? Necessity at the level of Platonic forms that are required to satisfy non-material needs. But that's the thing, is he's talking about it from a materialist perspective. But again, that's not the original quote from Plato is very much this. It's saying, hey, mother needs create space for man to overcome things. If he's going to marry this to the fucking will of power, good for him for planting that seed early. He won't. But that would be a really interesting direction to go with this. He won't. The challenge is what Plato does throughout all of his dialogues and writing, and the Republic especially, is he has these conversations, and the point is not made in a conversation, but going and going. And you have to make your way through all of it to understand what he's talking about when he finally does start making his point. So if he may say, there might be a passage where he writes something like, Plato's a fucking moron. That doesn't mean that Plato's written that he's a moron. It means he's written something that he's able then going against. That's a challenge. It's a challenge. Have I thought about collaborating with Keegan from the Nietzsche podcast? Don't listen to it. Don't know. Is he lovely? If he's lovely, I'd love to have a chat. Sure. I'm easy. Malachi, head to sleep. Have a good sleep.
Victory is assured.
Malachi is a fucking great name.
And everyone would say, well, why would anyone play that game? And that's actually an interesting question, because if victory in the game is the end, then you specified victory with 100% certainty. So why is that a bad strategy? And the answer is something like, no, you want to match yourself in a game with someone who's pretty much as skilled as you, or maybe even slightly more skilled. Right? So they push you to the edge of your ability so that while you play the game and aim at victory, the real victory is that you expand your skill as you play. And that might actually be imagine that the opportunity to partake in that process voluntarily is the very definition of play itself. And then you could think, well, that's one of the indicators that play might be one of the highest forms of human endeavor, because it puts you on the optimized edge of transformation. So you don't want security, you want optimized adversarial combat, something like that. And people who say, well, all games should be cooperative, don't understand.
Okay, I'm having a really fucking tough time with this. This is none of this relates to Nietzsche. This is amazing. Oh, it's Essential Salts. Essential Salts has a decent reading of Nietzsche. I find him to be overall reactionary. But it's a good reactionary. It's still reactionary. And I think we would probably end up having some severe disagreements in like the most nuanced, annoying nerd way. But I've liked some of the videos he's done in the past. Seems lovely. Seems like a perfectly lovely person. I didn't know he had the Nietzsche podcast. I just know Essential Salts. Peterson's talking about wanting fair play, equal playing fields, things like this. Nietzsche hates this. This is herd morality and the philosophy and religion of resentment par excellence. It is so fucking insane that he is just off the fucking mark. It's insane. He's trying to explain the agonism. Oh, is he? Like, if you've pre-watched this, I haven't pre-watched this. If he's trying to explain agonism, but God, even then. Oh, God. Understand
this in the least. It's like, no, They actually want to optimize the competition, and that's part of this issue of necessity.
This is like the opposite of if he's bringing in agonism, maybe, but the idea of like specifically agonism in this sense where you're seeking out the best opponent is not done in the way that he just phrased it. He talked about it in the sense of like, well, you wouldn't want to dominate a 4-year-old. Like, yeah, but at the same time, you would dominate a 4-year-old. Like agonism in the ancient Greek way, the trying to be the best would not be seeking out the best and being kind to those who are weaker than you or not competing or beating them. Yeah, it's really tough. Like agonism is really difficult, and it is not this, but it's kind of close. He's just really wrong in kind of a magical way, to be perfectly honest. It's kind of a magical way. I'm trying to...
Being the mother of invention. Without optimized deprivation, for example, I think this is one of the potential problems with pornography, because you don't know how much I wasn't expecting that turn. Let's do it. Adversarial tension there has to be between men and women to keep the whole romantic enterprise going. And none is the wrong answer. How desperate do men and women have to be to come together? Well, you might say, well, it's never desperation that drives people together. I'd just say you're a fool if you think that. Because we need everything that we can gather around us to drive us together, especially if we want to stay together in complex circumstances over the long run. That's a very difficult thing to manage. And so if you deprive yourself of necessity, God only knows what else you deprive yourself of. It's also...
I think he is arguing for, and I believe he believes in this for sure. You need more difficult things to masturbate to every day. Say, if you're watching porn on easy mode, like hot blonde chicks doing stuff or whatever gets you off the easy mode, don't do that. Watch infomercials from Ron Popeil and jerk off. Because what you need is the agonistic value of showing your skill at the ability to masturbate and watch porn. That's his point.
With children, you don't want to overprotect them and do everything for them. You don't want to do that when you're caring for old people. The rule for caring for old people...
Care for old people. That's the kind of porn that you should be watching.
And it's also the same rule for children, I would say, is do not do anything for anyone else that they can do for themselves.
Don't do for others what they can do for themselves. Okay, so you're anti-capitalist. That's fair. If my women weren't desperate, my wife wouldn't have married me. God damn. This is something fantastic.
Right? Because you take from them...
None of this is Nietzsche. Like, that you could argue in some way connects back to, I would say, some misreadings of it. But Nietzsche is very much not... Like, that would be really weird and kind of fucked up to start from that direction.
The necessity, that's the mother of invention. And that's a good thing to know, even morally, when you're trying to determine how you should care for other people. Because you might think, well, you should sacrifice yourself to the point where everything's easy for the person you're caring for. That happens with mothers and children particularly. That's a very bad solution. It's like, don't do any more than necessary. The Freudians said...
The laziest possible way you could be if you can do that. Do nothing more than you must. Absolutely. If you're straight watching gay porn as a boss level, no. Nope. It really isn't.
The successful...
But I've been on Rotten.com and 4chan for too many years of my life, so... No, it's not even close to the boss.
No mother necessarily fails. So what did they mean? Well, when you're taking care of an infant from, say, successful mother necessarily fails. So what did they mean? Well, when you're taking care of an infant from, say, 0 to 6 months, you do everything for them, pretty much, because, what can they do?
I am 12 minutes in, not one Nietzsche quote.
They're so dependent. So the right ethos is, really, it's completely self-sacrificial at that point. Although the baby can respond and smile and return some affection, so forth, it's still pretty much a one-way street.
Yeah, I think usually, look, you've got it, and I need to accept it. The chain of thought is simple. Nietzsche, identity, necessity, porn, mothers.
But if you're still doing that by the time your child is 2, you are a dangerous thing, right? You need to pull back as the child.
I think the boss level for pornography is this lecture.
Child moves forward and stay on that optimized edge of development. And so, he who hesitates is lost.
You ever see the movie National Lampoon's Loaded Weapon 1? There's a scene. It's good. Samuel L. Jackson in a comedy. Let me see if I can find the scene, because it's all I can think of now. Yep, this will be it. This is I one sec. We're gonna watch it. I don't give a fuck. I know I'm gonna end up getting fucking copyright struck for all this probably. National Lampoon's Loaded Weapon 1 is fan-fucking-tastic. Just flatly fucking great. If you haven't run into it, if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. It's funny, it's good. But I'm gonna switch over to here. There's a scene. William Shatner and Dennis Leary are playing, and William Shatner's the crime boss, and they're about to do the thing. Literally with the quote, Jordan, this is why it came to mind. I can't believe Jordan Peterson is this fucking weird. I mean, I can, but what can I say? It's just such a fucking...
Where's the microfilm, Mike?
I don't know. When I gave it to York,
One sec.
I thought she was one of your men.
Act in haste, repent in leisure.
But he who hesitates is lost.
Never judge a book by its cover.
What you see is what you get.
Loose lips sink ships.
Life is very short, and there's no time for fussing and fighting, my friend.
It's not in the quote book. I've always loved that scene because in high school I did a bunch of speech and debate, so Bartlett's quotes. I always love that fucking scene. It's so great. But he who hesitates is lost. It's like that's making fun of people. It's the other great one is quid pro quo, Mr. Colt. It's a great written line. What does that mean? It means I'm pretentious. It's one of the best fucking lines.
Well, I don't know the source of that, but well,
It means
that
I'm
points to
pretentious.
the notion that frequently in life, everything comes together in a certain way that offers a particular opportunity and sort of beckons there in front of you, and there's a moment for it. And if you are faithless and enshrouded in doubt, then you'll miss your opportunity, and well, then who knows what treasure you've given up. So those are
fucking
aphorisms,
nuts.
and Nietzsche wrote in an aphoristic style, and that was partly a stylistic choice, but it was also partly a reflection of his ill health, because he couldn't sit and write for protracted periods of time. He had to think a lot and then condense and get as much down in as little space as possible. And that's also partly what, that's partly why reading Nietzsche is reading someone who is philosophizing with a hammer, because there's a tremendous amount of information encapsulated in very few words. And so reading Beyond Good and Evil, it's something, you can read the whole thing at once, although I don't think that's a very good way of reading it, because you need to read a paragraph. And
I got to tell you, I don't think anyone who can sit and read Beyond Good and Evil in one sitting didn't read it. Like, I don't think you can say you've read it if you've read it in one sitting. It's not possible. It's insane.
This is what we'll do when we walk through. And you need to let it sink in, like it propagates.
Now look, this is my thing. Why is the TV not level? Right? How? How do you do that? How do you, I want to, one sec. I want to see, let's see if I can rotate this. I cannot seem to rotate it very easily. Nope. It's very confusing to me. PowerPoint has been on display mode for a while, but like is he leaning that much? Is it like Trump? Like what's the thing happening? How do you do that? For the students who paid to be there. It's so weird.
It's got a seed in it that'll propagate through the whole structure of your...
See, there's level now. Why are you doing that?
Read a paragraph, and this is what we'll do when we walk through, and you need to let it sink in, like it propagates.
I think the right side is closer to the camera. No, right side's...
It's got a seed in it that'll propagate.
So even if it's true, you don't want to ever use an angle like this because it's unnatural for the person watching. You want the camera to compensate by rotating slightly or moving a bit. It's not hard to do.
Through the whole structure
because you never
of your
want
system
this.
of
You want
interpretation. And
if you have a
first of
void,
all,
it's
there's
important.
only so much of that you can take because that's quite radical transformation. And second, it takes a while, and so
it's my glasses.
You can browse Nietzsche and pick it up and read a few paragraphs, and I mean it's worthwhile to go through it sequentially. But
in order, it's worthwhile reading a book in order. Thank you. That will be your $600 for the day. Time to pick my nail polish for the day. We're gonna go a little funky today, I think. I'm going to aim towards it. This is a really cool holographic. That'll be one. This is a magnetic. It'll take more time, but it's a little darker. But it does react to the magnets, which I have somewhere right here. So you can see it's got the line straight up and down now. You can actually see it. One sec, I'll adjust it. It erases. Yay, holographic. If you don't use holographic nail polish, I highly recommend it. It's pretty solid stuff to be able to play with. Because then you end up with like the ability to align the metals. See how I did that? The line. It's pretty cool. So that, and then I got to do something that'll rival that at least. I don't think this is... Oh, no, this is a really good metallic. Yeah, that'll be nice. This is a silver metallic. See, there, it's silver. Now, one sec. See the line I added? Huh? Like that. Type 1 in chat, 2 in chat, and then... Or I guess I'll do it the other way for you. 1, 2, 3. Fuck, I'm terrible at this. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. I'm gonna get a poll going. We'll get that moving. Just because I feel like it. Boop, boop, bop. Start a poll. Question. Which 1, 2, 3. And if you end up voting for 4, I don't know how, because that'll be really weird to me. Yeah, those will be fun. Mooncat's pretty good. Pretty happy with it. There's a handful of others that I want to use, but someday I have to get money. So we'll do this. We'll let that poll run for a minute or two.
but it's not the same as reading someone who's making a sustained argument. It's flashes of insight and brilliance. And insight's an interesting phenomenon because, you know...
Dog? I'm confused.
You get an aha moment, and what that seems to do, that seems to occur when a variety of different separate conceptions that you've, that are part and parcel of the manner in which you see the world, snap together under the influence of a heretofore unseen uniting principle.
Revealing the truth. The Jordy Peterson thing very much. Oh, my dog walked by. Naughty girl, where'd you go? Oh, sweetheart, come here. Oh, are you hiding in the corner? Come here. Come say hi. No? Okay. Sometimes my wife will say something to the kids like it's time for bath or whatever, and Dottie will hide and she will not come out for anybody because she hates baths. Hates baths. And she literally looks like the emoji dog, by the way. Like she literally has the brown spot over her eye and everything. She looks like the emoji dog.
So here's how these things that I thought were different are importantly similar. And part of the reason that's exciting is because it's more efficient, right? Is all of a sudden you have a conceptual scheme that might require one or two propositions.
And so everyone knows it's the really nice silver. It's a really nice silver on its own without even the magnets. That's what's winning right now. Do I have a fruit fly? What the fuck?
To make functional rather than a set of 10. It's more efficient. Here's how these things hang together. If you do dream analysis with people in psychotherapy, one of the ways you can
Yes, a very Nietzschean concept.
determine whether or not the analysis of the dream is functionally appropriate, that's different than true, let's say, functionally appropriate, is that the person has an aha moment. It's like, oh, I see how these disparate ideas are connected by the dream narrative. And dreams are trying to do that. They're part of the mechanism by which your implicit perceptual structures are recalibrated as a consequence of incorporating novel information. That's also partly why you have to sleep and wake, and sleep and wake is because you're...
The fruit fly is not a design machine. The fruit fly is a social operation, and I am interacting with it, which creates social machines, and you see it, and the social machine's created, and you're building off of it.
brain is reconfiguring
Your desire is being invested by the fruit fly.
itself at night, shifting its categories around. You can tell that your brain is shifting its categories around because you think
I can
how
feel it, actually.
strange and surreal dream imagery can be.
I
It's
can
playing
feel my
with
brain
fundamental
shifting things around right now, Jordy.
perception. And you can get away with that at night. It's experimentation because you're paralyzed and you're not going to run around and act out your novel preconceptions before
What
they've
the
been
fuck?
tested to a greater degree than they're...
Like, this is like the opposite of Nietzsche. This is insane. This is, how do you talk about dream interpretation? If anything, you could say Nietzsche would say that dreams are indigestion and you're working through or digesting affect and experience. I could make that argument with Nietzsche, I think, pretty easily. If he didn't say it directly, maybe. Like, I think I could make that pretty good argument. This is, I'm losing my mind. We're 16 minutes in to a lecture about Nietzsche.
and they are merely in the context of the dream. Irony.
Irony, huh?
Well, irony is the spice of life. That's a reasonable way of thinking about it.
All right, so just so everyone knows, one is out, so it's between the two metallics. Right now, it's very close. The two metallics are here. This is 3. So let me switch around for you. 3, 2. Okay. Silver and black, or holographic. And these are the 2. 2, 3. 2, 3. 2, 3. Okay. Get to voting.
It's
One's
the
out. Don't
interleaving
wish to
of
vote on
something
it.
serious with something humorous, or it's the introduction of paradox into logic.
Is he getting Nietzsche conflated with Jung? No. He is not conflating. He's just following the bouncing ball in his head. Oh, so fucking dream stuff. And hey, and then there's that PlayStation game Dreams. And then PlayStation is interesting. They had God of War on there, and War is a pretty terrible thing because when you're talking about Kratos, which is kind of sounds like Kratom, I can buy that at the local store, and I do a lot of it before every one of these lectures.
Here's some ironic statements. Ambrose Bierce was a master of this. He wrote a book in the late 1800s called The Devil's Dictionary, which contains a number of words that, as is typical with dictionaries, and then provides them with an ironic definition. So Bierce would say, well, these definitions are more true than the definitions that we generally use. But in Bierce's case, he's shining light on the underground or darker part of the conceptualization. The Devil's Dictionary is a very funny book. It's quite remarkable because it's not easy for comedy to maintain itself over a period of 140 years, something like that now with the Devil's Dictionary. Still pretty damn funny. Admiration. It's very witty. Our polite recognition.
They don't have someone editing this. I guarantee you he has a TV with the next point and quote written. And that's why when the camera goes like this, you can see his head fixate, not move. He's going like this and he reads and then he talks. So these are written up quotes like a performing dog.
Of another's resemblance to ourselves. Yeah, no kidding. Advice, the smallest current coin. Yeah, that's a rough one.
What is happening? Okay. We're now reading jokes from a book from 1906. Let's break down one of these. Admiration, our polite recognition of another's resemblance to ourselves. Ha ha! How droll. How droll. How droll.
Our polite recognition of another's resemblance to ourselves. Yeah, no kidding. Advice, the smallest current coin. Yeah, that
doesn't even make sense.
It's a rough one. Back, that part of your friend which it is your privilege to contemplate in your adversity.
What the fuck is he doing? Can someone tell me what this one means? Or the previous one, advice, the smallest current coin. Is it a joke about how you can give advice freely? Because it's like a joke that's 120 years old is not going to read well generally. But what is back? That part of your friend, which it is your privilege to contemplate in your adversity. Does this mean stabbing your friend in the back when you're doing poorly, you contemplate their back? Or does he mean ass? Because it's like, I'm having a tough time. Look at that ass my friend has. Look at that. Mm-mm.
And then this is one I particularly love. It's so funny.
Friendship, a ship big enough for two in fair weather, but one in foul. This is the worst shit. What the fuck?
So witty. Friendship, a ship big enough for two in fair weather, but only one in foul.
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, right. So that's pretty good, eh?
What is wrong with you,
Four
dude?
jokes. They all made you laugh. They're 140 years old.
So, first off, not 140 years old. 1906 is not 140 years ago. Nietzsche's books are 140 years ago, and I know you're confused, Jordan, but you're not talking about Nietzsche here. Like, just so you know, like he showed it at the beginning. It's like 1906, The Devil's Dictionary. That's what he's reading from. That's less than 120 years ago.
For two in fair weather, but only one in foul.
God damn.
Yeah, right. So that's pretty good, eh? That's four jokes. They all made you laugh. They're 140 years old. He was a master of irony, Ambrose Bierce. He must have been a killer at a dinner party.
Probably not. Safe bet.
Assuming he was reasonably extroverted.
The closest you get for me of like those old jokes is going to be like the lines that tend to be attributed to Winston Churchill. Like the line where, what's his name? Some woman who hated him said, Winston, if you were my husband, I'd poison your coffee. I'd poison your drink. And he said, if you were my wife, I'd drink it. That's fucking next level good line. Like, as far as that shit goes, that's a good, like, comeback. There's a few of those that I think still work. Most of that shit doesn't play very well, especially standing on its own. God damn. This is... Yeah, they were jokes in Somni Noir. Don't you have a sense of humor? Also, irony? Not really a thing for Nietzsche.
And Nietzsche concentrated, Nietzsche's philosophy is characterized by this aphoristic style, which makes it very
None of those were aphorisms, dude. The fuck, dude?
dense and poetic and image-laden and striking, and then by the use of irony. And that again makes him a very rare philosopher. He's one of these people who really stands on the border between semantic differentiation, pure logical argumentation, and romantic, poetic, and artistic expression. And so, yeah, it makes reading him a real treat. Especially, I think, Nietzsche is someone whose thought really appeals to people who are more on the creative end of the spectrum, you know, who are higher in openness to
I hate this so much.
experience. That's the personality trait, who are open to aesthetic experiences, as Nietzsche was. And so if you're a artist, musician, aesthete, someone who likes literature, then Nietzsche's a wonderful philosopher too.
20 minutes in, and he's basically like, hey, you should read Nietzsche. Welcome to my lecture on Nietzsche. You should read him. He's good. He writes well. You should read it. Read Nietzsche. That's 20 minutes. Am I wrong?
To encounter. Here's the structure of the book. These are the different sections. We'll just go through them very briefly so we can kind of orient ourselves on the prejudices of philosophers. What does that mean? Well, Nietzsche is interested, like the psychoanalysts, in the underlying unspoken presuppositions of an argument. And so that's one of the levels at which he's conducting analysis. What is it that isn't being said here that's a precondition for this argument? Now, that's an interesting idea, because
What?
you might think that an argument can be complete in itself, but it can't be. It can't be self-contained. And part of the reason for that is an argument can't contain the whole world. There has to be things it leaves out. And then you might ask yourself, well, what do you do with everything that you're leaving out? Right now, you're leaving out a lot of the world, but here you are in the world and managing it. So you're leaving out a lot of the world, but simultaneously you're managing the whole world. And obviously you're not intelligent enough, conscious enough to process the entire world in a differentiated manner and to attend to every detail. You're not as sophisticated as the world is complex. And so then you might ask yourself, well, what do you do?
Like, okay, I'm going to make a bolder statement. The use of dramatic irony, I think, is a method for Nietzsche. I don't think Nietzsche liked irony. And I think he wrote about this a decent amount. I would argue very heavily that he was playing things very differently. Like, Thus Spoke Zarathustra is, some might say, ironic because it's a preacher preaching about the end of preaching. But, like, to me, that's like, that description is ironic, but the actual work itself is satirical because it plays directly at the mechanics of the thing and the structure of the thing. I mean, I'm overthinking this clearly. He's clearly way out of his depth and has no concept about any of these things, but like, it's an interesting thing to sort of consider. Like, how is Zarathustra like the ass festival, which is not irony, that's satire.
Do with all that complexity? Where is it? And you can think about this for like 50 years. You hide the complexity of the world in the axioms of your argument. You say,
you do?
If we took such and such for granted, then this would be the case. And you might think that if you're assessing a philosophical doctrine, you would be assessing the part that is, then this would be the case, the actual argument. But Nietzsche would say, wait a minute, the axioms contain way more of the philosophy than the explicit argument. And the axioms are hidden, because it's like in for the founders of the American state proclaimed, we hold these truths to be self-evident.
Oh my God, I'm like breaking. Okay. Nietzsche went after dogmatic elements of thought and how they operated, and he aimed directly at Plato in this. Right? He's shitting on Plato here. They're not found truths, Platonic elements, the cogito, Kant, I think he goes after too. These are not revealed truths, but instead sort of an interpersonal expression of one's own psychological situations, apparatuses, investments, blah, blah, blah. How does he do this? Like, this is so awful. What are Nietzsche's axioms? Well, that's kind of the thing. He's, I would say, one of the earliest constructivists. But there's ways you can take it. It's more interpretive at this point, but I would say Nietzsche doesn't have a lot of axioms. Not really. Not like that.
Right. And then they make their arguments. Like, yeah, fair enough. But what about that which is self-evident? First of all, is it self-evident? Second, why is it self-evident if it is? And why are those particulars self-evident in relationship to your argument? And then more, what purpose that you're not talking about does the selection of what you deem to be self-evident serve? So, and those are very complicated questions.
How do you read this part and go this? Because he's not wrong, but he's like leaving out the thing that is the most important part of this, which is, hey, what is it about these things that you think are self-evident? Why are they self-evident? Hey, is it just actually your personal psychological constellation that's creating these things? Are you doing them just for your own edification, your own wealth, your own power, and claiming them as transcendent? How do you fucking not add that? Like, that's the next thing. How do you fuck that up? That's the whole point of what Nietzsche's doing here. Like he does it sort of to himself throughout this. He fucks with this so deeply throughout all of this. It is self-reflexive even. But how do you not, like, fuck, man, this is really...
Right, because you and Nietzsche certainly posed them. Is there a will underlying a given philosophy that the philosophy serves, perhaps even without the consciousness, without conscious intent or even realization on the part of philosophers? Now, the postmodernists went mad with that kind of speculation, and the psychoanalysts did to some degree as well. I mean, when I was your age, let's say, it was all the rage to analyze any literary work in terms of its unconscious Freudian sexual motivation. So the hypothesis was, well, sex is lurking in here somewhere, and it's not a bad hypothesis if you're trying to posit a fundamental. When I was your age,
I got to hear this again.
It was all
it's
the rage
crazy
to analyze any literary work in terms of its unconscious Freudian sexual motivation. So the hypothesis was, well, sex is lurking in here somewhere, and it's not a bad hypothesis if you're trying to posit a fundamental motivation that might be lurking, looking for sex and looking for aggression. That's a pretty rich playing field. The probability that human beings are producing something that those motivational systems aren't playing a role in determining is very low. So it could be a reasonable enterprise. the problem with it is
Fuck,
it can turn
dude.
into a kind of boneheaded algorithmic reductionism, and certainly that's what's happening
Yes.
with postmodernists, where everything is
No.
deemed to be about nothing but power,
No.
regardless of what the philosopher might be talking about, or the historical
It's not.
time period, or the nature of the relationship between the communicator and the audience. It's all about power, and that's
Just so you know, I hate to tell you, there's a philosopher that you're kind of talking about where everything is about power in some capacity. Can't imagine what that guy's name might be, though, because we've talked about everyone but him.
very convenient if you want to use power, because that's all there is. It also requires very little cognitive effort on your part. I mean, part of the reason I believe that the postmodern alliance with the neo-Marxists, which produces the supposition that everything is about power, is very attractive to people who simply aren't very bright, because you can learn the game rules in 15 minutes and then you can explain every single human interaction that ever took place. It's all about power. You see this with very bad therapists, and they do this often to the great detriment of their clients. So Freud, of course, outlined the relationship between early childhood trauma and fixations in development, and the later emergence of psychopathy, of psychopathology, various forms of mental distress and illness. And the foolish therapists make the axiomatic assumption that if you're suffering, the reason for that is some traumatic childhood experience, and then generally they'll push that even farther and assume that it had to be sexual in nature. And
Naturally.
that is not how Freud approached the situation, because Freud was a genius and never made a
very much how
simplistic
Freud did it.
reductionistic assumption of that sort. So
Wow, really? Because I've read his papers on neurosis and other things. I gotta say, Freud kind of does exactly that. Now, he reduces power to sex, but again, sex is about power to him, so he's talking about this wild. This is wild. That's fucking crazy. How do you fucking fuck Freud up when you're him? And so again, the prejudices of philosophers is that they are prejudiced for their own interactions, the way that they talk, what they're doing, because they're not unearthing some great truth. What they're doing is sort of projecting their own prejudices, the way they view the world, their own psychopathology onto things. It's an interesting thought.
on the prejudices of philosophers, the free spirit. What is religion?
Oh, fuck.
A definitional inquiry. Epigrams and interludes. And you can see that this is almost like a drama that he's laying out. Epigrams and interludes. It sounds like something that might occur, in a dramatic production between scenes, an interlude. Natural history of morals. That's an interesting phrase as well.
Are you just
he's
reading
trying
the
to,
titles of
at
chapters?
least in part, understand morality.
Is he just reading the titles of chapters and moving fucking on? Is he just like, that's an interesting thought, that title of that chapter. And now I'm going to explain how words work. And then, it was the best of times and the worst of times. It's an interesting beginning to a book. What truly is the best of times? The best is itself a categorical question, because when we're comparing things that are best, we're also wondering about what is second best, which means we necessarily, obviously, have to bring in some level of mathematics. How do you judge one thing against a second thing if you aren't aware that the second thing is mathematically different than the first? So, for that, we have to really go back to Archimedes. Now, the ancient Greeks and the way that they handled all of the things that they did inside of general philosophical thought, they did a lot of things with using words in clever ways. Clever is an interesting way to talk about it, though. It's similar to the word cleavar or cleave, where you might strike a thing with a sharp object. As you do that and you strike it and it turns things into two, the question returns, which of those is better and which is second best? Thank you. That's my Jordan Peterson lecture.
As part of the biological enterprise.
Grizzler, I know you just learned way too much from me. It'll be $600. You're like 90 late for class. Dude, there's no class here. There's no class here. There's no class here. This is, I want to start doing Jordan Peterson rambles. I'm going to just like start a second show and be like, because I can do that. I can do free association. I can bullshit my way through stuff. Probably do it better than him. I can probably make stuff that sounds very, very smart, but uses the same structure he goes after. Oh, I bet you I could make that. That's very easy. That could be fun. Building the structure of the thing. My brain's been in this. This is the No Elephants Project, Reborn, is very much about this. If you didn't watch my Zizek video from Monday, please do. Grizzler, I also miss old Jordy. Like, old Jordy Peterson was at least not melted on benzos. But this is fascinating. He's genuinely like empty. There's nothing here.
And that's a very modern way of approaching the situation, and one that is continuing to bear fruit in the 21st century. I mean, people like Frans de Waal, for example, a great primatologist in Holland, has showed quite clearly that the chimpanzee patriarchs who use psychopathic domination as their route to reproductive success, let's say, the idea would be the roughest, toughest male chimp climbs his way to the top, dispenses with all his enemies, and propagates his genes, into eternity. And the entire social hierarchy of the chimps is nothing but will to power. And de Waal has shown that even among chimps who are quite brutal and who do have a patriarchal social system, so to speak, the chimps that use nothing but...
Did he just say chimp war is will to power? I am not functioning enough to carry forward this.
Enemies, and propagates his genes, into eternity. And the entire social hierarchy of the chimps is nothing but will to power. And de Waal has shown that even among chimps who are quite brutal and who do have a patriarchal social system, so to speak, the chimps that use nothing but domination and power tend to be, they don't tend to be successful in the medium to long term. They have short, brutal rules, and they tend to be destroyed by their opponents. Partly because
What's a shit?
No matter how tough you
the
are,
shit does it have to do with anything?
Chimps slightly subordinate to you who team up are going to tear you into pieces.
What
and
the
of course,
fuck, dude?
those are constraints on human machinations as well. It's like maybe you're powerful enough to get away with your tricks, but there's a lot of other people out there. And if you're not very good at bonding with other people because you're incapable of reciprocal interactions, so you're a psychopath, it's like, well, don't you think that the people who can cooperate together, even if they're doing that as... And
psychopathy is genetically transferred. Oh, wait. What a fucking lunatic, man.
Competing at the same time, which is what happens, let's say, in a sports team. Don't you think they're going to take you out? There's a lot more of them than there are of you.
It's got a nice, like...
And what that...
See, do you see, like, the magnetic? It's one of the things I like about it. It's not a steady color. It's how it sort of refracts. It's a cool look. It looks really amazing in the sun when you get it going. It just takes forever because you have to put it on. That's what I'm doing here is I put on a coat and then I have to sit here with this fucking magnet over it and just move it slightly back and forth to make all the metal align. It is, I'm a dumb person. Used to watch lots of Jordan Peterson. This is just recycling old material. Is it recycling old material or is he insane and unaware? So like recycling, it's certainly recycling. He's got nothing up there, but I'm wondering if he feels like he's given something new in this. Because I'm actually getting that vibe as he's talking that he's imparting some wise words. Then again, that's his general affect. It's very good. He's very good at that. God damn, this is something else. This is something else. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. My girlfriend loves using those magnets. She's been trying to do hearts on nails. I gave up on trying to do anything fancy with them. I just want to get to functional. and then someday grow past that. How do people watch this and come away with that was so profound? The same way people watch Elon Musk and think, wow, that's a really smart engineer or businessman. He's none of those things. People have no concept of what things are. And so if they hear something that leads them in a direction that they weren't expecting, it feels profound. And it's easy to be profound, especially in America, where most people have trouble reading above a 6th grade level. It's a real thing. My son is a better reader than most people. He's 8. Technically, he's going to be 8 in a month and a half. It's very sad. It's very sad here.
Implies is that there's some natural constraint and a very real constraint, even in the objective sense, on the mere expression of self-serving power. Now, it's also the case that psychopaths who are self-serving are also not really self-serving in a sophisticated way, because psychopaths exploit other people, but they also exploit their future selves. So psychopaths are notoriously unable to learn from experience, which means they repeat the same errors over and over. And you might say, well, what's the consequence of an error?
One sec, I missed the quote.
Notoriously unable to learn from experience, which means they repeat the same errors over and over. And you might say, well, what's the consequence of an error? And the answer is, well, the tomorrow you suffers. And if you don't care about that, well, that's not exactly self-serving. It's narrowly and impulsively self-serving. Now, you could make a case, and I think...
No. See, this is really a weird way to talk about this. And someone may correct me on this, but my understanding is the modern grasp of how this functions is that the psychopath is impulsive because they only exist in that moment. They don't have the ability to conceptualize the existence of anyone else. This is not that they don't care about themselves tomorrow. There simply is no such thing as them tomorrow, just like there's no you. They exist from the position of that first person perspective in that moment, in that experience, and nothing else. And they can't understand anything else. Sociopaths have a little bit more of an understanding of other people as manipulable objects. Psychopaths don't. And so it's not what he's talking about. It's a really profoundly unhelpful version of this. It's a profoundly unhelpful way to talk about this, actually.
This is a good case to make, that if you served yourself properly, so that would be the you that's now, the you that's tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, 5 years from now, when you're old, that's a whole community of people, and very different people. And if you acted now to serve all those people properly simultaneously, that would be indistinguishable from acting in the best interest of the
fuck are you,
people
Dr.
around.
Manhattan?
So that the proper self-serving ethos that's sophisticated is indistinguishable from something like treat your neighbor as you would want to be treated.
What the fuck,
And that's
dude?
a very interesting idea, right? Because it
This is like maybe the least Nietzschean idea I've ever heard too. Like, this is fucking weird, man.
brings forth the possibility that there's a natural constraint on the structure of moral interactions that's a consequence of extension across time and situation. And so, and people act as if that's the case. I mean, there are great experiments that are conducted in, well, I'll play a game with you. You two can play this game. So the deal is, I'm going to give you $100. This is not going to happen, by the way. This is a fictitious $100, and you have to offer your compatriot in the game some proportion of that. Now, if he gets one, you can make one offer. That's it. If he rejects it, neither of you get anything. Okay, so here's your $100. How much are you going to give him?
$50.
Will you accept 60?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, good. Now, 60 is an interesting choice. Now, what you find, so here's the classical
She
economic
gave enough
prediction.
to insure.
I give you $100. You give her $1. You take it. Why? Well, do you want $1 or you want nothing? Right? The rational choice is to pick the dollar.
I have a hard time believing psychopaths don't understand other people's experience. They don't consider them other people. It's one of the things that's, again, it's not that they don't understand experience or that they can't do that. Psychopaths very much manipulate and can do that. They don't have the ability to understand that you exist in the same way they do. It's not a thing that works for them. And so same with them tomorrow. That is a separation that's just too much. But they understand that you exist and that you are an object. It's tough. Again, this is my understanding of the modern version of it, but it's very complicated is the thing.
Okay, no one will accept the dollar. They basically tell the other person to go to hell. And then if you do this with people who are impoverished and you actually play it, the impoverished people are more likely, not less, to reject the unfair offer. And that's very interesting, right? Because you think, well, geez, they need the money. It's like, yeah, but maybe they need to signal the fact that they're not susceptible to manipulation even more than they need the money.
That's not
the proclivity of people across cultures.
How do you not make this about resentment?
50-50, right? And why? Well,
dude,
you're not going to just trade with one person.
How do you fuck this up, dude?
In one situation?
How badly can you fuck up Nietzsche?
You're going to trade with a whole bunch of.
Like this is a phenomenal. Genuinely, like if he was a professor teaching Nietzsche and this is how he wanted to introduce resentment. Oh, and if I said, I will give $100 to you and they offered you $1. And if you say no, they get nothing either. You say no, that is born of resentment. That is actually a really good way to start in on the conversation from that. That's the thing. That's a really great way because, well, why would you ever turn down $1? You need $1. You get $1. You didn't have $1 before. You stop yourself from getting $1 to spite the other person. Why'd you do that? It's not because I'm not going to be manipulated. It's, well, they did that. If I was in their position, I wouldn't. They're bad person. Bad person doesn't deserve money. I'm going to prove I'm a good person by rejecting that and punishing them. That's actually it's a fantastic version of resentment. If he doesn't come back to it, like I'm stunned at the magic of how he dances around and gets so close to being able to be competent at his job.
People in many situations in your life. And so even in this audience, you're all listening to the details of this trade. And now the person who makes the offer and the person who accepts or rejects have also established their reputation. And there's actually nothing that's more valuable than your reputation, right? There might be nothing you're driven to maintain and attend to more than.
Oh, wow. It's the opposite. Oh my God. He's doing the opposite. He's doing the opposite. He is the opposite of Nietzsche. He's doing the opposite of Nietzsche. And it's in a Nietzsche seminar. That is fucking magical. Your reputation is the only thing that matters. That's fucking crazy to say in a Nietzsche seminar. That's fucking awesome. Could you have guessed that he would say this? I could not. This is fucking cool. This is magic. And you need to take care of your neighbors. And really, just generally, don't spend a lot of time worrying about having a life that you're invested in. That's also not quite as necessary. Don't stress. None of it matters. See, because you see it's pretty. And again, it's the tone of the light. So right now it's green, but on this side it's there's a purple edge. I don't know if it shows up in this light. It gives a nice, like, cool effect. It's very purple in my side. It's fascinating. It doesn't do purple at all on your guys' end.
Your reputation, because that's how people represent you in the broad social community. And so
I think if I just did nonsense videos where I was relating concepts to concepts and I didn't actually spend time to care about the connection of it, I think I could put out videos that are like leftist Petersonian things of free brain word association. I wonder if people would be attracted to that.
you signal that you will offer a fair deal and you signal that you'll accept one, then everybody can know
I'm horrified that I think
you
they
two
would.
people play fair and then could be played with in trade. Now, the $60 offer is a very interesting one, because you might say, well, if every time two people interact, one of the people puts themselves in an inferior situation, right? They get less out of the deal. That's not such a good strategy, but you could counter that by saying, well, if you know that if you play a game with me, that not only will I be fair, but I'll err a bit in your favor, then everyone who's listening might think, there's someone we could definitely play with and line up to do so.
He doesn't even understand. He is so stupid. This fucking girl outsmarted him by using... She did that to ensure he would say yes. That's literally it. She knew. She was like, oh, I want money. If I offer him anything like even, he could give it a yes or a no, and I'd rather have certainty of getting the $40. So she offered the 60, because for her, it's better to have the 40 than nothing, because she understands that people are weird like that. She fucking made a really smart move, and he's too stupid to understand how. That's fucking amazing.
So it could be that if you're generous, like not to the point of deterioration, but if you're generous in your social interactions, there's a very high probability that that will be returned to you manifold. And this is very much worth thinking about. It could be that the world is structured, you can think about this for yourself, so that the more you give away, the more you get. And that's the order of getting.
Okay. I did not expect like revivalist Southern wealth preaching shit inside of a Nietzsche fucking video. That is absolutely fucking insane to have in a Nietzsche video. That's fucking nuts. That's one of the most insane.
Think about it. Could be that the world is structured. You can think about this for yourself, so that the more you give away.
This is nuts.
Away, the more you get, and that's the order of getting. It's like you start with giving away, and you're not giving away to get, because then that's just manipulation. But you can think about, think it through practically. It's like people track your reputation, and assiduously. That's part of the reason that everyone wants attention, and attention is a fundamental currency. And if your reputation is...
That's why there's all those famous poor people. Right, Jordy? That's how it works. Values less tango. This means I have to give you money now, right? I mean, look, if you gave it to get money, that doesn't work. Sorry, did you not just hear him? Values less tango? It means you get nothing, because it's very un-Nietzschean Christ-like, I think. It's have I given you guys, I think I've talked about it before. The Loaves and Fishes from Christianity is one of my favorite stories. And I mean that, not in like an ironic way, partly in an ironic way, because I really find it amazing how many people like think Christ just like made everyone suddenly have free fish, which is like, that's like just such a fucking stupid way to do any of that shit. Why would Christ be up for giving you like fish? Why is that a thing? The actual moral is that Christ, with his apostles, sitting there in that area with all of those followers, and he looked out at them and he saw that they all had stuff, but they were all starving. And he went, hey, we've got a little bit extra, and he gave it to someone. And lo and behold, he was probably a bright guy, gave him just enough so that when they made lox bagels or whatever the fuck they did to combine their fish and their fucking bread, they went, oh, we have extra bread. And they gave it to someone who needed it to make something with fish. And that person had extra fish who gave it to someone else. Because how things work is not that I have all that I need. Neither do you. We're actually different people with different capabilities and different inventory systems. And the things I have, I may not be able to make a lot of food out of. They may be editable, but people don't just eat fish heads. They need to make stew out of it if all they've got is fish heads. But you can't just boil fish heads. You need other things. Someone else may have those. By working together and understanding that by giving some of what we have, we actually get more because we can do more with those things and those resources. It's by far my favorite story out of the Bible, that no one has a concept of how it works. Because no one reads the Bible, which is a shame because there's some pretty decent stories in there, like that one, for example.
You're exceptionally productive and generous. Well then, and thousands of people know that, then maybe thousands of people line up to act reciprocally towards you in that manner. And so the notion that you should do everything you can to provide people with everything you can could easily be the most effective route to simultaneously getting what you need and want, and also getting it in a manner that allows you to continue to give. Now, I actually think this is true, because one of the things I've also noted, and you can decide this for yourself, is it's rare for me to see that anyone is more satisfied and more rewarded than they are when someone tells them that some sacrifice they made on their behalf actually really helped them. So imagine you did something for someone, maybe
not even
a relatively
close,
small thing, or maybe not, and the person comes to you and says, you know, that action you undertook, it really set me straight, it really helped me, I'd like to thank you for that. It's like, it isn't obvious to me at all that there is a more fundamental form of reward than that. And that's worth thinking about, because if...
I can name a series of them, actually. Selflessly giving of someone else is fine, and I think it's a good thing and you should do. But to do it for the reward, I can tell you a far better one. Have you ever made a good meal for someone? Have you ever made a piece of art, written a thing, created something that someone else has digested in some capacity? Mentally, physically, intestinally. There is very few things in the world as enjoyable as someone else digesting in one capacity or another something you have spent time creating and loving for that person. Giving and sacrificing for them, I think, is fine. I don't think I've experienced it even close to the same level of elation as that type of experience. I don't think this is a... He's also talking about it almost in the terms of like the rich man who, I took care of you. Look, I made sure you didn't go to jail. I did this. I took you in the worst position. Good for you. But that is, I still consider baseline humanity. Saving someone's life if they're drowning, you should do. If you have the capability, you should do. But once they're out of that situation and they're back and they're doing things, they're hungry, if they're starving, feed them. If they're freezing, give them blanket and clothing. But these are baseline human tasks. If you are proud of yourself for not letting someone die or go hungry, you need to reevaluate what you consider yourself as a human being, because I'm not sure you're a human being.
If you're adapted to the social situation, humans are highly social, we're adapted to the social environment.
I'm also right-handed, so I fucking suck at doing my nails with my left hand.
It might be that your reward systems are calibrated to tell you when what you're doing is the most productive thing you could be doing. And it could easily be that that is to be found in the unself-serving service to others. Not because you
This
should
is a
do
Nietzsche
it,
video.
Not because it's a duty, even though both of those things might be true, but
this is a Nietzsche
because
video.
There's no other strategy you could possibly undertake that will be as beneficial to you, to the people around you, and to the interactions between you and the people around you. And so that's all part, you might say, of the natural history of morals. We scholars, our virtues, a word we don't use much anymore, and much to our detriment. I mean, virtues, there's no difference between virtues and weapons. If you construe life in some manner as a battle, right? A mortal battle, what can you arm yourself with? And I don't mean arm for the slaughter, I mean fortify yourself with. Well, virtues are what you fortify yourself with. as the definition of virtue. And
I need to reread Genealogy of Morals. I read it like 3 months ago. I'm wait, this is Beyond a Good and Evil. Why are we talking about a genealogy of morals? What is happening? I'm so fucked up, man. I'm so fucked up. What is fucking happening? Like, this is insane. Prejudice of Philosophers, Part 1. He mentioned the free spirit. That's Chapter 2. Part 3 is the epigrams and interludes. He doesn't know what those are. He skipped it. The natural history of morality. He just did. That is the next chapter name. We Scholars is the next chapter, Part 6. And the chapter after that is called Our Virtues. He is just running through the title names of every chapter in like speed mode. This is
we scholars, our virtues, a word.
He didn't even do we scholars. We scholars, our virtues. It's 20 pages. How do you allow me to read from We Scholars? Today, the dangers to the development of a philosopher are in truth so manifold that we could doubt whether this fruit can even ripen anymore. The circumference, the height of the tower of science have grown colossally. With them, the probability that a philosopher will already grow weary at the learning stage or allow himself to be held back somewhere and specialize. And so he no longer reaches his full height, from which he looks over, looks around, and looks down. Or he arrives too late at the top, after his best time and strength are already gone, damaged, coarsened, degenerated, so that his gaze, his value judgment means little. Precisely the fineness of the intellectual conscience, perhaps, has him hesitating along the way, slowing down. He fears the seduction of becoming a dilettante, a millipede in a milla antenna. He knows too well that someone who has lost respect for himself no longer commands and no longer leads in matters of knowledge either. Unless he wanted to become a great actor, a philosophical Cagliostro, and Pied Piper of spirits, in short, a seducer. Ultimately, this is about Jordan Peterson, by the way. Literally, this section is about Jordan Peterson. It's amazing. Ultimately, this is a question of taste. If it were not even a question of conscience, in addition to double again the difficulty of the philosopher, he demands a judgment of himself, a yes or a no, not on sciences, but on life and the value of life. He reluctantly learns to believe that he has a right or even a duty to have this judgment, and so he must seek his way to that right and that belief, often hesitating, doubting, falling silent, drawing only from the most extensive, perhaps the most disruptive and destructive experiences. Indeed, the masses have misjudged and mistaken the philosopher for a long time, whether for the scientific human and idealized scholar, whether the religiously elevated, desensualized, desecularized zealot and drunkard of God. If we even hear someone praised today for living wisely or as a philosopher, it practically means nothing more than cleverly and off to the side. Wisdom. To the rabble, this seems like an escape, a means, a trick to effectively extricate themselves from a dicey game. But the real philosopher, so it seems to us, my friends, lives unphilosophically, unwisely, and above all, uncleverly, feels the burden and duty of 100 experiments and temptations of life. He constantly risks himself. He plays the dicey game. I really like Nietzsche. I hope it comes through in how I read it. I think he's very clear and he's very specific. He's literally in We Scholars shitting on Jordan Peterson and people like him, the idealized scholar. It's the whole thing is just shitting on him. The whole thing is just shitting on him. It's amazing.
We don't use much anymore, and much to our detriment.
That's not actually accurate either, Jordy. Let's, what are you guys interested in giving a read to maybe our virtues? It is probable we too still have our virtues, though it is only fair that they will not be those ingenious and foursquare virtues for whose sake we hold our grandfathers in honor, but also a bit at arm's length. We Europeans of the day after tomorrow, we firstborn of the 20th century, with all our dangerous curiosities, our multiplicity, our art of disguise, mellow, and as if it were sweetened cruelty in spirit and senses. Presumably we, if we are to have virtues, will have only those that learn to get along best with our most secret and cordial inclinations, with our most fervent needs. Well then, let us look for them in our labyrinths, where, as is well known, so many different things lose themselves, so many different things get totally lost. Is there anything more beautiful than looking for one's own virtues? Does this not practically mean believing in one's own virtue? But this believing in one's own virtue, is this not at bottom the same as what we used to call one's good conscience? That venerable, long-tailed pigtail of a concept our grandfathers would hang behind their heads, often enough behind their understanding too. Accordingly, it seems that however little we might otherwise regard ourselves to be old-fashioned and grandfatherly honorable, in one sense we are still the worthy grandchildren of these grandfathers, we last Europeans with a good conscience. We too still wear that pigtail. Oh, if only you knew how soon, how very soon it will be different. Not big on virtues. He's beautiful. Nietzsche's beautiful. Here's a very short bit, the second passage from Our Virtues. I love it. Just as in the realm of stars, sometimes two suns determine the orbit of one planet, as in certain cases suns of a different color shine near a single planet, sometimes with red light, sometimes green, then again striking it simultaneously and flooding it with color. So we modern human beings, thanks to the complicated mechanics of our astral sky, are determined by different moralities. Our actions shine alternatively in different colors. They are rarely unequivocal. And there are enough cases in which we perform multicolored acts. Fuck! That's Nietzsche. That's good Nietzsche. But again, he's going to talk about virtues as being really important. Because he's stupid.
I mean, virtues, there's no difference between virtues and weapons. If you construe life in some manner as a battle, right? A mortal battle, what can you arm yourself with? And I don't mean arm for the slaughter, I mean fortify yourself with. Well, virtues are what you fortify yourself with. As the definition of virtue. And
absolutely, Nietzsche.
We're off kilter in our implicit understanding of such things now, because we tend to think of virtues as those traits that do-gooders insist you should manifest. It's like, no, the virtues are your allies in the mortal battle that's life.
Keep getting Seinfeld. Hey, Shiloh, you're the only person to get the fucking joke so far, by the way. It's the only person to get the joke so far. I'm happy. I spent too much time on that thumbnail that no one has noticed and probably no one actually saw. But yes, this is the J. Peterman catalog of Nietzsche.
And it's like, well, what do you want to have on your side? How about beauty?
You say Myanmar, but it'll always be Burma to me.
Be good. How about truth? How about justice? Like these eternal variables.
They talk the same. That's why I thought it was funny. Not only is it J. Peterson versus Peterman, but they talk the same. Like that's Yeah, he does it. Oh, it was a rainy day going down the street. Blah, blah, blah. Like it's the same thing.
If your character is in alignment with the eternal verities, then they're your allies. And so
he's just out of his
mind. That's very much worth
thinking
thinking through. I mean, one of the things I've learned, this is a very...
Seinfeld was before you. Yeah, probably. J. Peterman was fantastic. It's a real thing. It's a real catalog. And the catalog, if you haven't ever seen it, has like it's like terrible. It's like a drawing of a thing, super retro. And then it has a story of that object. And the story has nothing to do with like the quality of it. It's just like, as I stood out in the rain, I realized it may be the last time I see her. She walked, almost ran, beneath streetlight after streetlight as I watched the rain beat off of her large secondary hat, sold in our stores for $49.95, made of velour. Like it's that kind of, it's fucking nuts. It's a real thing. And so the joke is, Elaine at one point is walking down the street and she's wearing something from J. Peterman and runs into him and he starts narrating. She gets a job. It's one of the best characters in the show. I fucking love it. It's great.
Very good thing to know. If you're ever in a real crisis, especially a social crisis, but it's also true if it's a biological crisis, the best possible defense you have in a truly complicated crisis is the unvarnished truth.
What the shit,
Now,
dude?
that's complicated because if you're mobbed, let's say, your reputation is going to be on the line. People are going to question your reputation. And if you've done untoward things in the past that could be revealed, it's going to be very hard for you to be truthful. And that's a real problem because when you're in a situation that's too complex to compute,
what
do you do when the mob comes for you? My sense is you tell the truth. You just lay out the story and you let everyone decide the reality of the situation for themselves.
That's here's the thing. You think nobody cares about school shootings. But Jordy is saying today, those Catholic school children, how we fix it is we teach them to tell the shooter the truth, and he will not kill them.
But if you can't do that because you have, snakes under the carpet or skeletons in the closet, a crisis will come for you, and you will be finished. And that's
justifying
the truth. And so, well, why is truth a virtue? Well, do you want reality on your side or not? Now you say, well, so then you might
That's Nietzsche for sure. Nietzsche certainly wasn't into perspectivism at all in any capacity. I can't think of one that Nietzsche never spoke of perspectivism in any way. There is an absolute unvarnished truth.
You lie. Well, you lie to gain a short-term advantage. And maybe you delude yourself into thinking that the lie will be successful enough so that you can gain this short-term advantage without cost. And maybe now and then you can, although I can tell you, I've never seen it work in my clinical practice. I've never seen anyone ever get away. It's a very frightening thing to actually understand. I don't think that people get away with anything. I don't think that you can ever bend the fabric of reality in your favor without that eventually snapping back, not only to take its piece out of you in proportion to what you've gained, but far more than that. And you might not see how it happens, because you might have warped something 10 years ago and forgotten that you even did it conveniently for you. And then something occurs that's not good, and you've lost the causal connection. A lot of what you do in psychotherapy with people when you have them unfold their lives, sometimes using a free association technique, is they'll talk about their current problems, and then you let them talk without interference, and they weave a story that starts to include the past, and they lay out a causal train that says, oh, I see, I'm in this situation because 10 years ago I made this decision, and I didn't know that that was the consequence. I didn't know that.
Okay. This is, of all the things he's said, maybe the least Nietzschean thing that exists. He's said a lot. But this is the least Nietzschean thing he's said yet, which is saying a lot. Cause and effect is a thing that Nietzsche just simply did not care about. actually argued against it very vociferously in Gay Science, Glorious Science, where he mentioned, and it's a fair statement, by the way, how does a push work? Ask a scientist. Okay, how did that happen? How did I push a thing? No. The full causal chain. I need everything. I want to know how a push happened, what caused it, what made it happen, without leaving anything out. They can't do it. They can't. We don't know, actually. We do not know. And they didn't know. They still don't. It's amazing. Nietzsche hasn't really lost his shine on that comment. This is fucking nuts as a thing to say that Nietzsche, to associate Nietzsche with this concept is so fucking insane.
That's how it unfolded. And then often they have to go back and reconcile or rectify that error in order perhaps to address the current problem, but also to stop it from propagating out into the future. And so you got to ask yourself, well, you're in a battle. You're facing the ultimate opponent as you progress through your existence. You're always bounded by your finite mortality, right? And your subjection to the whim of the social world. Those are always the existential realities that undergird your life. You might ask yourself, well, given that you're in a battle of that intensity, what is it that you need to ally yourself with so that you can prevail? And I would say foremost among those is the truth.
What?
And reality is behind you. Brutal as reality might be, it's better to have it behind you than ahead of you, right? As something that's confronting you. So, and our virtues. Peoples and fatherlands, extending the discussion out to the social community.
Did he just fucking skip another entire section? He did. What is Noble's next? And then the after song. This is nuts.
What is noble? High mountains, and then after song. And we'll start with On the Prejudices of Philosophers.
Was he reading and explaining the entire book, and now he's going back to the first one?
Investigation into this underlying axiomatic structure. And what we'll do now is I'm going to just present you, and likely for the rest of the lecture series, with paragraphs from Nietzsche. We'll walk through them and elaborate on them.
Thank God.
Right? Allow them to unfold.
So nothing he has talked about so far in any way talks about Nietzsche, anything in this book, any of the lessons in this book, in any interpretation that I've ever seen, but certainly that's in the scholarly record. No one would agree with anything he has said here. And he's not doing an interesting thing with it, which you can do. Klosowski, for example, did a very unorthodox reading of Genealogy of Morals and beyond, and a few other works, and did a lot with it. But he didn't do this. This is bad. This is bad.
To some degree and investigate what it is that Nietzsche is pointing at. I've taken sections from Beyond Good and Evil. I've read the book a number of times at different periods of my life.
I think I'm going to start doing a response series where I just go, he's never read anything. I mean, that's going to be like what this is going to be called. This is going to be called Jordan Peterson has never read a book.
I think I read it first when I was about 17 and had a very
not a chance
potent effect on me. And then
you're an embarrassing person.
School.
You should not be allowed to talk to people, and it's embarrassing people give you money. And they do it because, again, you're being lifted up by extremely wealthy patrons due to your anti-trans stance and your general neo-reactionary conservative Christian sort of ethos that you're able to broadcast without actually giving any meaningful interpretation of what I would argue is even a basic Christian or conservative understanding of the world. You're incoherent, but that incoherency enables you to fit wherever you need to and seem like the intellectual person. You are what Nietzsche warned against explicitly in this very book. And God, I cannot wait for you to read a passage that's literally about yourself, you piece of human shit.
Well, and then when I was teaching at the university, at Harvard and at the University of Toronto, and then again more recently.
Harvard should literally be like, they should lose
a lot of them in
their
my
credentials.
Book, Maps of Meaning, as starting places for an elaborated discussion. They really burned themselves into my memory. Like I really remember the paragraphs themselves and what they meant to me and how they shaped my thought. And so when I went through the first part of Beyond Good and Evil this time, I was just picking out paragraphs like mad that had shaped like hundreds of hours of writing for me in some circumstances. And so, you know, they're paragraphs that popped out for me. That's an interesting phenomenon too. This is worth knowing. So if you go through Beyond Good and Evil, for example, you might find that a lot of it you don't understand, and some of it you can hardly read. It doesn't grip your interest, maybe because you don't understand it. But there'll be some paragraphs that pop out for you and you think, oh, I get that. There's something there. There's something that's glimmering. And that...
Okay. Look, Nietzsche does not write in a complex way. If you're not grasping it, spend time to, like, actually, I would argue, learn how the words work, spend some more time reading more complex literature so you're able to do critical readings of what I think is a pretty basic fucking text. Like, this is not anti-Oedipus. Beyond Good and Evil is not anti-Oedipus. Beyond Good and Evil is not anything Deleuze, Foucault, Derrida, Guattari, fucking any of these guys. It's not. Spinoza is more complicated, honestly. It's a very, very interesting, good read, every single paragraph. Now, there are concepts you may have to go back. What does he mean by that? I don't know. Sure. But again, if you're reading it and you're like, spend some more time with the text. The paragraphs are written very lightly, and it's not, this is not that complicated. This is not that at all. I'm going to just read the first opening line from On the Prejudices of Philosophers. Hey, it's about truth. And at any point, feel free, if you guys know, tell me where the difficulty is. And I don't mean difficulty in terms of, again, average readers. If you're reading Nietzsche, I'm hoping you have a little bit more back there. The will to truth that will yet seduce us to many a risk, that famous truthfulness of which all philosophers so far have spoken with deference. What questions this will to truth has already laid before us, what strange, wicked, questionable questions. That is already a long story, and yet it seems it has scarcely begun. No wonder if we finally just became suspicious, lose our patience, turn around impatiently, that we, for our part, should also learn from the Sphinx how to ask questions. Who is it really who asks questions of us here? What in us really wants the truth? Indeed, we stopped for a long time before the question about the cause of this ill will, before we finally stopped completely before an even more thorough question. We asked about the value of this will. Suppose we want truth. Why not rather untruth and uncertainty, even ignorance? The problem of the value of truth stepped before us, or was it we who stepped before the problem? Who of us here is Oedipus? Who is the Sphinx? It is a rendezvous, so it seems, of questions and question marks, and can you even believe it? It finally seems to us as if the problem had never even been posed before, as if it were seen, looked in the eye, risked by us for the first time? For there is risk involved, and perhaps there is none greater. Genealogy of Morals is tougher. Beyond Good and Evil is like solid, and it's, you know, you can do stuff, but this is, it's readable. Like, maybe you have to go, hey, what does Oedipus have to do with the Sphinx? Because not a lot of people know these. Not a lot of people know these stories. So they don't understand how these stories are interconnected, or ways that they might be interconnected. I get that. I'm not like bashing people for not knowing stuff, but like this is not the text to dissuade people from or place ideas in front of them that this is a complicated text. Especially if they're in a seminar about learning about Nietzsche. This is the text you send them to first. I believe this is the first text. If people want to get Nietzsche, this is the one. Because if you don't come away from here going, holy shit, this fucking guy's crazy good. Wow, I learned so much. If you don't do that, then you're not gonna. You're not gonna.
That glimmering phenomenon is very much worth paying attention to developmentally. So let's say something captures your interest while you're reading Beyond Good and Evil. Well, why does that capture your interest? Because it's something in the text, so that would be part of the objective world, insofar as the text is part of the objective world. Something's, what?
Literally, if you didn't hear the passage, it's the first passage in the book, is saying, why do we even want or give a fuck about truth? It's the first thing in the book is that question. And by the way, his answer is not because we're good. Beyond Good and Evil, not the gay science. Good gay science is good for a starting point. Beyond Good and Evil, though, is like, I think, Beyond Good and Evil is one of those like excessively, really meaningful things. It plays in the same way that I would say bullshit aphorisms work, but they're good aphorisms, so it's positive. I don't know if that makes sense. Essays in Genealogy of Morals. Look, however you want to get into it, I have my recommendation. I think this is a phenomenal read because it hits at some really broad, giant setups. Kaufman's translation. I've got Cambridge. I like it a lot. I think a lot of people have opinions on these things, but I think Del Caro's done an excellent job with it. That's my version. Stanford edition. I have Cambridge too. Stanford edition, Del Caro. Very, very good and very solid.
Calling to you? It's capturing your attention. Mercury is the winged messenger of the gods. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, mercury, the metal, if you mix mercury with ore that contains gold, mercury will pick up all the gold, and then you can heat up the mercury and drive it off, and you're left with the gold. So mercury gathers gold, literally. And it's not fluke that the metal is named after the god. There's a trail of meaning there. So mercury is the winged messenger. So imagine mercury as something that flits in front of you and captures your interest. It's like, I find that compelling.
What the shit is going on?
And then you follow that compulsion. It's like a doorway that opens to a pathway. And that's what that compulsion is. You follow that compulsion. That takes you to the realm of the gods.
A very Nietzschean thing to say. Very Nietzschean thing. Follow Mercury. He's one of the gods that'll take you to the realm of gods. I mean, that's just amazing.
The forces that are operating behind the scenes, because something is unconsciously compelling your interest. You know that. You can't force yourself to be interested in something. And that's very strange, right? Interest is something that has to call to you. And so then you might ask, well, what is it that's calling? If it's not under your voluntary control.
Look, this is, I think, all we need to know. This is amazing. I'm actually like really fascinated by this version he's quoting. Because this is the first paragraph in the book, but he's not quoting the book. Because you could, by the way. You call it Beyond Good and Evil, Chapter 1, Aphorism 1. That's how you quote, by the way, that's how you quote Nietzsche. And a lot of philosophers, actually. But, because it may be too small for you to see. One moment. Let me make this really big. If you're not seeing, he has copied this out of a Kindle from a composition version from Random House that he bought on a Kindle. Okay? Do you see this? Do you see this? Do you see that? look, buy whatever version of anything you want. If you are a professor teaching people and you're going over what is, I would argue, a very bad translation, a bad translation for a few reasons. I'll read mine with it and you can do it. But like, he just copied it out of the Kindle version he owns, which is, honest to God, this is worse than I thought it would be. This is like embarrassing at a very fucking awesome level. So, okay, I'm going to shrink this down for a moment. We're just going to pull up the literal quote and we're going to make it big. And then I'm going to read you my translation. We're going to discuss how translations work, because it's fascinating work, but it is important. Okay, so I have the Stanford edition with me. On the Prejudices of Philosophers, here is how it's translated by my guy, Del Caro. The will to truth that will yet seduce us to many a risk. Now, the language here is very important for Nietzsche, because it is not many a venture. Venture is a positive thrust English word. Ah, yes, venture, adventure. I'm going out. I'm going to try a thing. There is risk in venture, but risk is actually the thrust of the primary word Nietzsche originally uses. So it's seducing us to a risk, not tempting us to venture. Positive directionality versus a negative connotation. It's deeply important, especially for Nietzsche's point here. That famous truthfulness of which all philosophers so far have spoken with deference. That famous truthfulness with all features, respect. Respect. Deference. Not quite the same thing here. What questions this will to truth has already laid before us? What questions has this will to truth not laid before us? Bad translation. Bad translation. Bad translation. That is already a long story, yet it seems it has scarcely begun. I'm just going to read and you can enjoy the difference. I'll read slowly though. No wonder if we finally just become suspicious, lose our patience, turn around impatiently. That we, for our part, should also learn from the Sphinx how to ask questions. Who is it really who asks questions of us here? What in us really wants the truth? Indeed, we stopped for a long time before the question about the cause of this will, before we finally stopped completely before an even more thorough question. We asked about the value of this will. It's really interesting. I'm big. Those of you who've been around know that I really, really dig talking about translations and shit, but it's because of shit like this. Like, I'm into it when we want to have the discussion, but a lot of people make really interesting choices to simplify or to get across an idea, when the reality is English is a beautiful, stunningly beautiful language, in my opinion, and you have a lot of room to do a lot of really extraordinary things with it. But you have to be very good at English. A lot of people aren't. It's a shame. It's a shame.
What is it that's beckoning to you? In the story of Exodus, Moses encounters the burning bush, and
there's issues with Cambridge, and again, this is why I've got Stanford up. I like the Stanford a lot. There's issues with every edition, but again, where you start and what those issues are matter a great deal. When we're doing Anti-Oedipus, for me, there's a shocking number of choices in it. They have a reference to it at one point. We are like Archie Bunker in a theater. Archie Bunker, that's not even mentioned in the French version, but that's an entirely different cultural connotation put in there specifically for American audiences. They have multiple times where they do this, where they like make up wholesale documentaries that they refer to. They just name a documentary that is not even the one they're talking about. There's some baffling choices throughout the book like that. Things like that is incredible. Kaufman is very frustrating because he just adds shit, because he's trying to get across what he thinks the point is rather than just translating. And it's really tough.
glimmers in the distance, and he decides to go investigate it, and he investigates it deeply, he attends to it, and God himself announces himself in the midst of the burning bush. And so the idea there would be something like, well, as you're moving through life, you'll find there'll be portals that
Okay. I'm sorry. I did not. Did anyone expect him to go from Nietzsche to
and it glimmers in the distance, and he decides to go investigate it, and he investigates it deeply, he attends to it, and God himself announces himself in the midst of the burning bush. And so the idea there would be something like, well, as you're moving through life, you'll find there'll be portals that call to you, and that if you attended to them, you'd find your destiny, and that would take you into the depths. And that's literally what happens. That's how life works. And it's paradoxical, because often what compels you calls to you in the form of a problem. So you might say to yourself, this really bothers me. And there's something arbitrary about that. You might even I wish it didn't bother me so much. And that shows the involuntary nature of it. But I would say it's certainly possible that if a problem presents itself to you as your problem, it bugs you, it bothers you, that's your destiny. For whatever reason, that's your problem.
The shit, he did it. He did it. He did it. Okay. Destiny is not a thing for Nietzsche. Pretty explicitly, I think, actually. Let me see if I can find... I'm actually like fucking wild. So I wanted to be specific about it as a thing. Ecce Homo is where he introduces amor fati, which is loving one's fate. Fate is not destiny. He goes at length in this. Fate is not the same as destiny. Destiny is predetermined, set out as causal strings. There's no such thing. Instead, fate is born of necessity. Necessity. It's not the same thing as destiny. Explicitly. He's also not into free will. This is very true, Senators, but I'm just being specific, and I am painted up now. So thank you for the lovely choice. Good job, everyone. Thank you for the. It's really a cool the way they do their holographic magnetic is really cool shit. Mooncat, sponsor me. I'll turn into a beauty channel. That'll go over well.
Well, I don't want any problems. You think, well, are you so sure about that?
It's just like magic. This guy is just fucking, he's incredible. Like I don't even know how to mentally handle thinking about Jordy at this level. Like he's, one sec. What are you doing? There. Okay. Sorry. Fucking with the camera a little bit. Trying to get it so it can, there we go, that'll work. And see if I can get a nice focus in there so you can get the colors looking. There we go. See, it's a nice, the way that they sort of float different size setups. This one I did better because again, you can see, but this really, really nice how the colors shift across the thing. It's really nice. Big fan. Big fan. Jordan Peterson is insane. This is fucking nuts.
That you don't want any problems. Maybe you want the problem that's exactly matched for you. And maybe the meaning of your life would be found.
None of this has to do with Nietzsche. We're in the first video. We're 44 minutes in. We haven't discussed a single Nietzschean concept one time in any capacity.
In the attempt to solve that problem.
Attacking you with my fingers. Showing off, the chat got to pick a fingernail polish. Give me more money, and we'll switch over to Zentapier. Oh, that is. Hey, look, it's you. Why did that do that? Oh, because I was... That makes sense, actually. There. Up.
YouTube channel TMM. God is defined there as a timeless, spaceless, disembodied mind and understood as impossible. This makes a good checklist we can come back to later. But at least one thing is missing. We should add powerful to the list. Because this mind must be able to influence the universe in any way. We do not have to speak of almightiness, because the majority of gods in human history had a limited sphere of influence. If the definition is possible to begin with, then all we have to do is find a god who fits the description and is somehow traceable.
Zentapier is one of my favorite channels, and I mean it. It's not an ironic statement. I've gotten more personally out of Zentapier's videos than a lot of videos that do less. We'll watch maybe a couple if give me money. If you like what I do, hey, hit the like button. It's not nearly enough likes on the stream. It's cute. It's 28 likes, but there's 100 of you motherfuckers here right now. So that's a 1 in 4 ratio. Awful. Also, what you can do, join as a membership. Also great. Membership's wonderful. Send super chats. Head over to Patreon. Even better. Give a couple bucks every month. Yes, price of a soda, price of a coffee helps as well. Everything helps because I want to be doing more like this. And after this weekend, next 6 days, I'm spending building out the idea for the reboot of the No Elephant Project. I'll be probably over the weekend revealing it to people in the Discord. I might do a mini stream sort of talking through the different parts of it. But I really want to get the wording down. But I'm really excited. It's a weird-ass project. I found them before you, Brooks. I thought the guy's either doing crazy satire or completely insane. One of the hardest things to come to terms with when it comes to the works of Deleuze and Guattari is that it's, at some point, you get to understand that it's actually not about understanding meaning at all. That it's about building machines and operant things that can basically have whatever content inside of it that allow people to replicate and allow people to build off of and insert themselves and attach and build off of it. You're creating generative media, not in a, oh, hey, make a meme of this, but in a like people watch and then it changes them and then they create and it changes people, that kind of thing. If you're going to talk about the idea of whether they are crazy or they're satire, the answer is going to be both and neither. And it's one of the things I really have enjoyed about Zentapier's channel is he's genuinely trying to do that thing. Pashy, have you seen Clair Obscura Edition 33? I am. The music's stunning. I have a lot of issues with the PR around that game, focusing on the idea that they just had a handful of people working on it, which they didn't. They had a lot of outsourcing, but you don't have to credit outsourcers. So credits are misleading and contracts are misleading. And I have a lot of issues with the way that that game was received because I think it is continuing the continual downward explosion of, what did I call it yesterday? The race to the bottom of co-development. And it hurts because it's a lot of very good people who are going to be squished because of games like that and other games. Buy them and play them. I'm not going to like judge. I don't believe in judging for that, but it's really tough for me personally. But the music's beautiful. The game's lovely. It's an interesting world. I think it's overdone and a little bit ridiculous visually, but yeah, that's beautiful music too.
So if, often what people do if something bugs them is carp and complain about it and they get bitter and resentful. There's nothing particularly productive about that, although it might be a step on the way to something productive. But if you understand that there's a million things that could bother you, but only a subset of them do, and that that's actually tailored to you in some fundamental manner, then you can also understand that that's marking out the pathway for your destiny. And so, the will to truth which will still tempt us to many a venture, that famous truthfulness of which all philosophers have so far spoken with respect. What questions has this will to truth not laid before us? I suggested that a virtue that you might put in your armament would be truth.
It's amazing. Amazing. Passionate, not just code, but in general. Code development is where you basically have an external group that is effectively the rest of your studio or another studio that comes on board, and you just have to give credit to the studio. You don't generally have to give credit full force, especially if they're from poorer countries, very often. Most of the time, those studios are now Southeast Europe, Ukraine for a while until the war. There's a couple of great studios that I've worked with that are there that really did a lot of good co-dev work, but it's exploded recently.
And you might accept that act.
Hey, Sunday, don't watch this. This is terrible. We're 45 minutes in. He hasn't quoted Nietzsche once. This is his third. We have 20 minutes left. His third video called Questioning Truth, the intro to Nietzsche. What he did, and I'm not joking, is he out loud said the titles of every chapter of Beyond Good and Evil, and then rambled about them, not about Nietzsche's version of them, just his. And that's it. He said, will to truth. Yes. Because, and you'll like this. I'm going to go back to it. We're at 44, 45. This is the quote he's doing. And we went through it just a moment ago because it's on the board behind him. The source on the board that he's using is Nietzsche, Frederick, Basic Writings of Nietzsche, Modern Library Classics, page 262, Random House Publishing Group, Kindle edition. He copied this out of his Kindle. And sourced the first paragraph from Beyond Good and Evil that way. Like, here's the thing. This is bad philosophy the way that like Neil Breen makes bad movies. They're kind of great. And he's kind of, it's kind of a lot to handle. He is just terrible.
In the story of God, didn't he hope that truth is a good thing? While Nietzsche is starting to ask a fundamental question here is, well, what do you mean when you say truth? And if you also assume that truth is redemptive, what is it that you're assuming so that seems self-evident?
That's not at all what he's. So I've read it already. We read his version. We've read the one in the Stanford. That is not what Nietzsche's asking. That is literally not what Nietzsche's asking in any capacity. It's embarrassing because he read the quote out loud, but he skipped it to that point because he skipped to the thing, what in us wants the truth? No. He's not asking that. He specifically says, we finally stopped completely before an even more thorough question. We asked about the value of this will, the value of the desire for truth. Why? What is that? Why do we have that? Why do we have a value of that will? Why is the desire for truth a good thing? That's literally the first question. And it's like, I'll find out. I'd love to find out a history of why he's so attached to referencing a guy he clearly hasn't read anything about. He claims he's read literally this book, he said 5 or 6 times. And he read it when he was 17 and had revelations because of it.
That's the question he's starting to ask. This is a very deep question. So the whole philosophical enterprise is predicated on the idea that whatever the truth is redemptive and valuable axiomatically. And so Nietzsche is subjecting that proposition itself, the starting point for the philosophical endeavor itself to question. What questions has this will to truth not laid before us? What strange, wicked, questionable questions? It is a long story even now, the philosophical story, and yet it seems as if it had scarcely begun. Is it any wonder that we should finally become suspicious, lose patience, and turn away impatiently? Well, that's happening in the modern world because we're surrounded by the suggestions now that, well, there's no truth but power.
He was consuming a bag of niche morals that had toadstool accidentally mixed in. He's been talking about the absolute value of truth as a virtue and a weapon. I'm not joking when I said that's what he spent probably 20 minutes straight on, is truth itself is a virtue and a weapon to be used, and a way you can defend yourself against those who would do you harm is the truth. It's so not Nietzsche. It's amazing. He's just garbage.
Power, or that all truth is relative, or that there's no such thing as objective truth. There's no such thing as transcendent truth on the religious side, right? All truth is self-serving. There is, as I pointed out previously, an indefinite number of facts relevant to any given matter. And so that does pose the thorny problem of why do you pick the facts that you picked?
And yet he says truth is amazing.
That's an unbelievably intractable problem. It's the problem. Because you might say, well, the facts can't reveal themselves to you as guideposts to the truth unless the ethos that guides your selection of the facts is aligned with the truth. The facts can't contain the truth independent of the truthful ethos that you bring to the interpretive situation. So, for example, and I believe this to be the case, it's virtually impossible to be a scientist unless you're actually dedicated to the pursuit of scientific truth.
What the fuck? What the shit, dude? Like, you're reading from the paragraph where he begins making fun of scientists. And we read earlier from the part on scholars where he's laughing at them. It's just, oh my Lord. Teleology in my Nietzsche? Yeah, no shit, dude.
If your career is paramount, and it shouldn't be irrelevant, by the way, because if you don't have a scientific career, you can't communicate, generally can't do research. But if your career is paramount, there's no way you can be a scientist. And it's because every time you're confronted with an array of ambivalent facts, you will pick the interpretation that serves your career. And science is full of careerist research. In fact, it's probably 90% of research is fundamentally careerist.
But you can't be a scientist unless you are fully dedicated to the scientific pursuit of truth. But 90% of the shit you make should probably be about your career. So your career is truth. And here's the thing that, look, careerist is an interesting word, because when we talk about careerist, when Nietzsche talked about careerist, he was talking about people's rears, their asses, showing their ass like Jordan Peterson's doing here. Because as you show your ass and you reveal to the world that there's absolutely nothing that you won't do for money because you're a whore, but who is part of whore? How do you know who you are? This is how the Greeks invented the word whore. Who are you? As Nietzsche wrote, thus spoke Zarathustra.
You know, and you can see the postmodern objection lurking in that. Well, it's all about power. Well, if it's a corrupt, this is how it looks to me. It's all about power to the degree that the enterprise is corrupted. So, and that's something to ask yourself. It's like, well, are you sufficiently oriented towards the truth?
Speaking of oriented, they used to use this word for people in Asia. I can't do it now. Everything he says, I just can start, like, I just am taking as like this fucking Off we go. Off we go. Let's have a discussion, Jordy. Let's talk about Orient. The Orient. We orient ourselves, but yet Orientalism is a thing that Edward Said said about orientation. Now let's do an orientation about Nietzsche here. We're here for the orientation on my lectures on Nietzsche.
Whatever that is, so that even the facts can reveal truth to you. Or are you using the facts to support your instrumental manipulation?
Manipulating an instrument. Also a thing Nietzsche spoke of as you manipulate it with your fingers on the valves. Valves like a human heart, the heart where we care from, ostensibly, mythologically, the heart where we come, where we enjoy, where we feel the warmth of everything. Heart, hearth by a fireplace, also warm. These things are warm. Thus spoke Zarathustra.
Even with regard to yourself. Because you can certainly manipulate yourself into...
I could do this all fucking night. I like this. This is fun.
Well, into a form of tyrant-slave relationship.
Tyrant-slave relationship. Tyrant, tire ant. Tires run over ants, and as they do, the ant may go in between the treads. And as they're spared, they see the tire tread as their God, sparing them as they split them. But the split, the dichotomy of man, body, and soul is found within the ant. Thus spoke Zarathustra.
That's for sure. That we should finally learn from this Sphinx to ask questions too. A Sphinx is a monstrous assemblage of...
Check DM's palate cleanser. I have a palate cleanser waiting. YouTube poop is always fun, but I'll pass for today. We have this palate cleanser waiting. This is Zentapier.
Hello friends. Today I will not talk about subjectivity. Instead, I will prove the existence of God. I will not talk about...
I didn't even notice that the first time I saw it. Oh, I love you, Zentapier. Look at that. See, do you see the butthole? Do you see my butthole logo? I didn't even see that the first time. How did none of you notice this? I'm disappointed in all of you. Not a single person noticed that. That's fantastic. I love you, Zent. That's fantastic. I didn't even notice. I feel so stupid. I feel fucking dumb. There we go. Solar Anus is around.
About subjectivity. Instead, I will prove the existence.
You'll prove the existence of God. I fucking love Zentapier. Zentapier. And let's see. Let's do one of my favorites. It's been a bit. Where did it go? Oh no. Where is it? Did you change it? There was one about truth. It's probably my favorite video. No. Did you delete it? You fucking motherfucker, dude. You motherfucker. Oh, The Art of Lying. Here it is.
Are you ever frustrated by the dogmatic insistence on telling the truth? It's almost laughable how society indoctrinates even children with the idea that lying is wrong. The rigidity of this moral stance stifles the nuanced dance of everyday interactions. In a world fixated on honesty, a creative counter-narrative is long overdue.
I adore Zentapier. I adore Zentapier. Yeah, shit's freaky. Zentapier has no issue. It's one of the things I really love. They use everything they can as a tool because the goal for them, again, is not the content. It's the machine and the thing you're experiencing. And they're so fucking dedicated to this. I'm just in love with the idea. Fantastic shit across the board. Just fantastic stuff across the board.
Dreaming again, escaping into a fantasy world, seeking a body without organs. The body without organs is useless. What do you want with it? It's not a physical body, maybe a plane of consistency, a process of becoming, but nothing that lasts. Deterritorializing the organism. For organism, why this joy in breaking down functions, opening up possibilities? This is just...
Oh, the QC is not subscribed. We'll change that. But I'm also not going to, yeah, the QC is not subscribed. That's fair. I personally am. I mean, I'm a member and I'm Patreon too.
Dangerous. What does this mean, you might ask? But don't ask, and don't make yourself a body without organs. It doesn't work. Just follow the rules. Any rules. Someone tried to make this place safe and clean. Don't be disrespectful to them. Stay the same. At least try. Don't just subordinate yourself, but get involved in your organization. Choose the organism. Be a slug or a cog or whatever, but be something. Use and increase your power. Use it to do something good. You have only this choice. Desire must be organized. What would it be without the organism? You can analyze and understand it. Find out what you are lacking. But pure intensities are unbearable. You will end up worse than you are now. Isolated, frustrated, mad. I talk about deterritorialization, creating spaces, creating time, alternative space-time. Those hippies. It is not a practice. This is a lie. Are you an artist? No. You are in prison? Also no. Don't follow tramps like Artaud, Kafka, Nietzsche, Beckett. Keep more than enough organization, protect the tonal, read better literature, dance to better music, and respect tradition. A body without organs resists signification, but what good is it when communication breaks down? We live in a global world. We need communication and can make it better. Isn't that worth striving for? Be flexible but not too fluid. Change but don't transform. Destratified planes, abstract machines, ingredients of becoming, more like ingredients of catastrophe. The body without organs. A process, not a destination. You will end up nowhere. Can you hear the call? The call to become, connect, intensify? Don't answer. They are not calling for you. They don't believe you exist. If you dare to explore, you might find creativity, but you will also find nothing. You will lose your ego. Everything might dissolve. Choose the safe path. Improve yourself till you are useful. Then you are respectable. Isn't that enough?
Genuinely, I mean it when I say that this shit fucking rules and Zentapier rules. So at some point, we might be able to watch that if people donate enough cash. But until then...
Multiple parts, and the Sphinx poses the fundamental question.
Whispered that it is not meant to be watched one time. Go to the YouTube channel, watch, enjoy. That they are machines. It's a deeply inspirational channel for me. I mean that. It's not what the content I'm making, and I don't think it's the kind of content I want to specifically make, but it is influential on, I think, the direction I want to be taking things. AI slop content vibe flavor with DNG. It is not slop. That's the part that's amazing. It's really not slop.
Of life. What is it? What goes on 4 legs in the...
It's hard to describe. I happen to know how much work Zentapier puts in each one of those and how much time and thought into every little thing. It's kind of incredible.
The morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs in the evening. And the answer to that is man. That's the problem the Sphinx poses.
What do you mean when you call those videos machines? I don't understand terminology. So let's say you watch a video on, I don't know, take a video I've done on what resentment is. Your takeaway might be, resentment is X, Y, and Z. That's what the video is about. And you're done. It's not really a machine. That's content. But the videos are machines. They are. Because they're many, many fascinating little pieces and parts, attracting, repelling, constantly dealing with each other and the system that they're in, and you watching it and all of the stuff you're dealing with. And as you're watching, you're connecting not just you as a singular thing, but forces within you, your impulses across the board, all the parts of you are connecting with it. A video or a piece of content that is made as a single closed thing, you finish, you're done. You've a piece of candy, more or less, and you digest it and off it goes, very simply. A machine, you can't help but build off of, whether that's inside of you. Some people watching that, myself, I watch Zentapier stuff, and there are other people who do similar stuff, and I come away and my brain can't stop running about different things, not even like the video, but like, why did the video do this? Or what? Oh, wait, this reminds me of this. That's a machine. Oh, you need convincing. Well, let's finish Jordan Peterson and then see if anyone wants to donate. We'll do another, let's see, what am I at today? We're at $30. You give me to 50. Give me $20 and we'll move right out of this.
Monstrous assemblage.
But also, I kind of want to finish this
unintegrated
because
parts.
I do
And
want
we
to
should finally learn
edit
from
this
the
down
Sphinx to ask questions too.
because this is
Who is
horrifying.
it really that puts questions to us here? What in us really wants truth? And that's an interesting way of phrasing the question. What in us really wants truth? Well, Nietzsche is insinuating that there's something that operates within you that has a certain degree of autonomy, and that one of the aims of that semi-autonomous actor within is something like motivation to pursue the truth. You might say, well, why is that not you? And the answer is, well, maybe you're motivated to some degree to pursue the truth, but so are you, and so are you, and so are you. So how is it you?
I am astonished at this. So Nietzsche's asking, because for him, it's a question of the critique of starting with what within us is asking for truth. But that's not the interesting question. He explicitly says that's not the interesting question. The interesting question is, what value is the drive for truth? Nietzsche's taken like a meta angle of a meta angle of a meta angle. And this is not Nietzsche at all. And again, this is the first paragraph of the entire book, and he simply didn't read the second half of it.
Insinuating that there's something that operates within you that has a certain degree of autonomy.
Ah! Okay, we're going to do every part of what he's saying here, just as a clear debunking. There is no part of you that has autonomy. There's not. There's no such thing. Autonomy as that. That is not Nietzsche. No. Not even bad readings of Nietzsche. That's just not Nietzsche. That's it. That's it. Nothing. So, no, Jordy, no. Xander, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for joining. Hope you sleep well.
And that one of the aims of that semi-autonomous actor within is something like motivation to pursue the truth.
So again, no, actually, the motivation to pursue the truth, that semi-autonomous actor, this is sidestepping and creating mechanisms that Nietzsche not only doesn't talk about in that paragraph, it's not a long paragraph, but it's sidestepping and dancing around the stuff he is talking about. Because for him, he's asking more about, sure, you have a will to truth. Why is that good? Why do we find value in that? And what value is found? And also, where does that value derive? How do we find these things? Where does it come from? This is literally what the first section is about in the entire thing. Just to read the end of that again. We asked about the value of this will, the will to truth. Suppose we want truth. Why not rather untruth and uncertainty, even ignorance? The problem of the value of truth stepped before us, or was it we who stepped before the problem? Who of us here is Oedipus and who the Sphinx? This is not difficult. Just in your head, picture it or work it out on a piece of paper. Doodle. Oedipus and the Sphinx. One is asking the question. One is answering. It's a famous story. Hey, Oedipus, I got a riddle for you. Oh yeah, well, I've got an answer for you. But the question is, who stepped in front of who? In the story, it's Oedipus in front of the Sphinx. The Sphinx asks the question when requested. This is the point, and Oedipus answers. But the problem of the value of truth stepped before us, or was it we that stepped before the problem? Are we Oedipus? Are we asking the question, or are we stepping in front of the question being asked of us? It is a rendezvous, so it seems, of questions and question marks. And can you believe it? It finally seems to us as if the problem had never even been posed before, as if it were seen, looked in the eye, risked by us for the first time. For there is risk involved, and perhaps none greater. That's it. That's the first paragraph. Nothing he's saying is here. This is insane. Beyond Good and Evil, paragraph 19, where Nietzsche writes about the illusion of free will. Yes, he does that throughout his works, but yes, in the book, Jordan Peterson is claiming he's read many, many times over the course of his life and has been revelatory for him. Yes, in just a few paragraphs, Nietzsche basically goes, free will is for stupid people. So, yes, thank you, Vincent. Also, welcome. Good to have you.
You might say, well, why is that not you? And the answer is, well, maybe you're motivated to some degree to pursue the truth, but so are you, and so are you, and so are you. So how is it?
Nietzsche repeats a lot of things. Yes. That's one of the reasons this is kind of amazing. Because again, hey, Sunday, I've got a question. He pronounces it aphorisms. Have you ever heard that? Aphorisms, not aphorisms. Aphorism. I haven't heard that in my life. I've never heard anyone say, yes, those are aphorisms. Is that a Canadian thing? That's why I'm asking you. Fucking aphorisms. No, aphorism. Aphorism like that? That's terrible. I made a joke that it was that. Is that... God, Canadians. Fucking awful.
You. If it's shared by everyone, it's not you. And that will to the truth would still exist even if you disappeared.
What shit? Okay. Nietzsche at no point talks about the will to truth being a transcendent element of humanity.
Why is that not you? And the answer is, well, maybe you're motivated to some degree to pursue the truth, but so are you, and so are you, and so are you. So how is it you? If it's shared by everyone, it's not you. And that will to the truth would still exist even if you disappeared. And so that's a God in some sense. It's transcendent and universal, and it extends across time.
What the shit? I didn't know he was about to say that truth is, for Nietzsche, basically God, transcendent, and extends across time, which is like the least Nietzschean thing I've ever heard anyone say. And he keeps outdoing himself. It's magic. This is amazing. Yeah. Nietzsche, the famous universalist Platonist, religious man. Fucking Jesus. The mental pain that his body must be in. Because there's no way he has coherent thoughts about anything, right? Like, he must be a man of intrusive thoughts. That's all I can think. He exists as intrusive thoughts, and we're seeing the result of such a thing. Right? Does that make sense as I say it? I think it's like the only way I have to describe Jordan Peterson now. Later on, he helps us see why Nietzsche loves Jesus in the church. Oh, God, does he? I can't tell. I wish I can't tell if that's funny. Because it is funny. But I can't tell if it's funny, oh, God, or funny, ha, 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 yeah, how ridiculous.
And it's a spirit, the spirit of truth-seeking. One of the things you try to do if you're a good professor, especially in the humanities, is you try to imbue your students with the philosophical spirit. And you could say that that spirit is the spirit that's animated all philosophers, which is why we
Nietzsche doesn't say this.
can identify
And no.
them as philosophers. And then you can imagine that there would be philosophers who were more emblematic of the philosophical spirit than others, right? More canonically pure philosophers.
More canonically pure. Canon. Right? Like Fanon, who was in Algeria and in the war used guns, which we use as part of the Second Amendment in the United States. Now, as we turn the Second Amendment and we realize within it, there's a fundamental truth that men are created equal with the right to life, liberty, and happiness. Happiness. It's about dick all the time. It's all I can think about is Jordan Peterson. I just can't stop thinking about dick. I want dick all the time. It's the reason I'm unable to do very much in my everyday life and why I have to be on benzos so much, because all I want is penis. Thus spoke Zarathustra.
And then you might say that the better you are as a student, the more you become the vessel that spirit inhabits. And the Socratic method is part of making that corporeal. Philosophers who were more emblematic of the philosophical spirit than others, right? More
That's incoherent at a level I was not ready for.
Canonically pure philosophers. And then you might say that the better you are as a student, the more you become the vessel that spirit inhabits. And the Socratic method is part of making that corporeal.
Making that corporeal instead of corporations. Corporations and corporeal, two opposing forces within the way that the will to truth and the will to power function. On the corporeal side of things, we have people like Elon Musk. He's quite real. But on the Haitian side of things, we have the immigrants who, of course, were eating cats and dogs in Ohio, as we all remember. And the corporation, the Haitians that were doing this, ultimately showed the slave mentality that they were necessarily having underneath their leaders and the Donald Trump, who I love. And Jesus Christ will bless you, thus spoke Zarathustra.
So if you teach using the Socratic method, you question people, but you question them in the spirit of investigation of the truth. So I could question you. This often happens if I lecture and people are allowed to use the microphone afterward to ask questions.
And they haven't put a condom on it.
You get a whole variety of questions.
Which are STDs.
Sometimes.
He's talking about his penis.
For me, they're questions from Christians.
He fucks Christians with his questions. His penis. That's what he calls his penis. That's why he has to wear a condom. Are you following?
So-called, who just want to convert me to
it flaps like this. They just want to convert me.
Christianity right there on the spot.
And I refuse to be held down, but they do so anyway. They kiss my neck lightly. They tell me that I'm pretty. It's a whole day.
And are using the opportunity to question me to sort of corner me into some admission that would allow them to put me in a box.
And the box is, of course, my fetish, which if you remember when I was put in a coma, I was put in a box. It was part of the whole fetish of my daughter taking me to Russia for benzos. I was put in a very small box. It made me orgasm constantly.
That's not I suppose that's a question, but it's not. It's an act of instrumentality.
Instrumentality. We know the instrument.
Using question as a pretext.
Question. Get it? Penis.
And then you have other people who will grab the mic and they'll use the opportunity to ask a question just to declaim a particular political position.
A particular position. He prefers in a box. Now that's fine. That's Jordan Peterson's right to declare in a box. But everyone has their own positions they can take with his question.
And then they'll throw a question in there just at the end to...
you got to throw the question in there. Just whoop.
To pretend that they're playing the game. Now, audiences don't respond well to either of those approaches. They start rustling around. They don't listen. They're annoyed. And the reason they're annoyed is because they know the people, even if they might not be able to say why, they know the people are breaking the axiomatic rules.
Look, they're annoyed. If you don't remember, Domino's had a wonderful mascot that Jordan Peterson probably talks about a great deal called the Noid. Now, when they are annoyed, they're a small red man who steals everyone's pizzas and has terrible games made on Nintendo systems about him. Thus spoke Zarathustra.
And what are the rules? Well, the rules are
The question, it's his penis. Question is what he calls his penis.
really the rules of free philosophical inquiry. So if I'm listening to you and you lay out an argument, if I ask you a genuine question, I'm asking that because I actually didn't understand something you said, or because maybe I see a contradiction between two things you said, or maybe I'm also trying to facilitate your exploration as it moves forward, or our joint exploration. And if you're listening to people in psychotherapy, and
Our joint exploration.
so far as you don't just shut up and listen, the valid questions are ones that have this, the aim of the question is the facilitation of the search for truth. And that would mean that the question is asked in the philosophical spirit. And then as a psychotherapist, if you embody that philosophical spirit of genuine inquiry, that's the logos, the hypothesis.
Logos. There we go. Right?
Is that that's actually redemptive and healing. And that's really worth thinking about too. This is what Freud rediscovered in a secular manner, was the
Brooks, your interruptions distracted me. I lost his train of thought. You're welcome. You're welcome. If you could follow his train of thought, you should call a hospital.
that there are certain modes of communication that have a healing property. And
Healing.
you might ask, what does healing mean? It can mean physiologically healing.
Healing. It means shaving your heels down. So that way you can fit in higher heels like stilettos. You have to take care because, again, look, as guys, if you don't know, if you haven't properly cross-dressed or put these on, it's a whole thing. When you're a big guy too, but you have big feet, the calluses around your heels will actually grow pretty significantly. And most women's shoes just are not meant for that. And Peterson's here trying to help us. It's we need to healing. We need to carve down those heels so we can fit in those pumps and we can really look our best, because they make, they pull up like Jordan's talking about. They really get to the truth of your calves.
If you help someone straighten out the manner in which they construe the world, you can lower their stress experience.
He looks like he's dying in that image. That's fucking the best. He looks like he's dying. What the shit is going on with him? Look at this. He looks like he's actively dying as we're looking at him right now. I'm not like making it as a joke. He looks like death. Like, that's fucking crazy. Look at the colors. Like, this is fucking nuts, man. It's because he is. That's possible Sunday. But only the good die young, sadly. Bastards live forever.
Substantially, and that has a walloping effect on their psychophysiological health. So it can convert into a material reality. And people sort of thought that was miraculous when Freud first posed it, but we'd already known that in the religious realm, because we'd made the presumption before that if you, at least many people had, if you attended assiduously to your shortcomings, that would be to confess your sins, and then you made an account of them publicly, and then you attempted to formulate your intent to rectify that would be redemptive.
See, everyone's misunderstanding this. If you haven't structurally been following how Jordan's talking, let me talk about this. If you attend to your shortcomings, make a public account of them, which is confessing, and formulate an intent to rectify them, that would be redemptive. This is about fucking short boys in the rectory at Catholic churches. That's what he wants to do. This is a blatant call for personal pedophilia on his part, which, to be fair, speaking out loud is very brave in today's climate. Good job, Jordan.
And then you have to ask, well, do you believe that? And then you could ask a different question.
Can you imagine being the guy who has to go through and go, oh, this is the part I'm going to put in text, and then choosing the words? Because if you rewatch, these are not the words he uses. He has, because he doesn't, his brain is fucking rotting. And so they're just like spilling out of his mouth and his nose. They're choosing the words they put in, and it's terrible.
To your short
Like that, what a nightmare. If you attend to your shortcomings, if you attend assiduously.
shortcomings, that would be to confess your sins, and then you made an account of them publicly.
And made a public account of them. Like how do you choose how to rewrite such masterful language? Really?
And then you...
Who does this person think he is to be able to rewrite Jordan Peterson?
attempted to formulate your intent to...
Say it. That is the clearest anything he's ever said has ever been written. Right?
Rectify that.
Someone put a comment on one of my older streams because this fucking, I like this, my local vocal thing, which I think I broke, clearly. But someone on one of my older streams made a comment and said, hey, Brooks, at 19 minutes and like 18 seconds, it says you said the N word. So, got to be careful.
That would be redemptive. And then you have to ask, well, do you believe that? And then you could ask a different question, which would be, if you believe that, are you believing something religious?
Honest to God, the level of absurdity to get to this point with Nietzsche at the base is kind of amazing. I was commenting on a psychocarnist diet seeing his daughter do. As I like to point out, his daughter married someone named Jordan. So when she orgasms, she screams his name. I think that's a healthy relationship.
And then you can ask another question, which is, if you believe that and it is something religious, what does that mean about what is religious?
And no one here likes it when I point that out. Ever. No one's ever been like, oh, that's good info. Thanks, Brooks.
And so, what is it within us that wants truth? Well, that's the philosophical spirit. That's one answer to that. And then what's it aiming at? And you could say, if you're more scientifically oriented, that it's aiming at a comprehensive description of the patterns of objective reality. But that's an insufficient answer because there's an infinite number of patterns. And so the...
Okay. So there's an infinite number of patterns, therefore there's no objective reality. The fucking way he talks about this shit is awesome. It's like the worst dungeon master you could possibly have. I think it's that's how I'm going to, it's like the worst dungeon master you could have. Just kind of, just go with it, guys. Like, fucking, oh, you rolled a 6. A 6 is like, wow, that's good. There's like an extra shield and stuff. And then, you know, I was talking to my wife the other day, and we were talking about how there was like not enough bears in D&D games. And so I'm going to like to put a bear in there and like, oh, you know, also like he'd fucking...
problem for the scientist is, how do you not get lost in the details? Now, most scientists, perhaps
this is
all
so
who are
terrible.
genuine scientists, operate within an
This is a $600 class series.
unconscious ethos, and the ethos is pursue that set of facts that has practical moral utility.
None of this is Nietzsche.
So, for example, if you're a medical researcher, you want to be looking at the subset of patterns in the world to which you might pay attention if your goal was to help people become healthier. And so there's an invisible if at the beginning of the enterprise. If what we're trying to do is make healthier people, then...
I'm just like... It's so, and yeah, just because I want to, it's on sale right now. From $600, it's now $400. Available to anyone. Wow. We'll take your money. We don't give a shit. That's these are all really just dumb motherfuckers. He's a moron. He's a moron. They're really morons. Stephen Hicks, hilariously moronic. Brian Keating, embarrassing. Belangelo, embarrassing. Robert Snellman, what the fuck are you doing, dude? What are you doing? And Maps of Meaning, oh, from a moron. There you go. This is $400 right now. Go buy it for your friends if you hate them a lot. Or if they're really, really stupid and they can't help it. Yeah, and specifically, we're going to be going through this. There's Philosophical Foundations. We skipped Nietzsche and Dostoevsky because fucking what the fuck. This one, this lecture, as described so far, and again, we're 9 minutes from the end. In Lecture 3, we begin our study of Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil, examining his aphoristic and ironic writing style as he questions the fundamental assumptions underlying the philosophical pursuit of truth. Nietzsche challenges the axiom that truth is inherently valuable and redemptive, asking whether untruth, uncertainty, or even ignorance might be preferable for happiness and well-being. The lecture explores these profound questions, highlighting the complexity of determining the value of truth and its relationship to the human condition. That's accurate. That's accurate. Here's the quiz. Oh, we have to sign up. I'm not doing that. Not doing that. Cambridge is supporting this. Is Cambridge supporting this? No, they're not. Oh, these are schools they went to. That's what this is. These are schools they went to or taught at. Yeah, this is Serious Minds Deserve Mentors. This is our faculty is composed of the most respected minds. It's fucking awful. Keith Campbell, professor of psychology, celebrated for expertise in narcissism. He sucks. He sucks ass. He sucks ass. John Vervaeke, award-winning professor of psychology, sucks ass. David Eagleman, celebrated neuroscience and New York Times best-selling author, sucks ass. She's a cunt. Max Lugavere, sucks ass. Stephen Hicks, retarded. Sorry, he's awful. He's one of the worst people alive. I hate his guts. He's stupid and he's just a dumb fuck beyond words. I hate this guy so fucking much. I'm sorry for the word, but I fucking hate Stephen Hicks. Brett Weinstein, actually at the same level of him. He is functionally illiterate at basically every level and really just, his brain has rotted out of his body. Because again, of his stupid cunt wife too. They're awful. These two are awful human beings. Awful human beings. Samuel Andreev, I don't know about him. Who the fuck are you, dude? You fucking play the piano? What are your courses? The history of Western music. Oh no. Oh, you suck ass. I have no doubt you suck ass. Bach's Mastery, Shaping Classical Music, Romantic Transition, Music Today. In this ninth and final lecture, we examine the current state of music, discussing the profound impact of the internet on access to recordings, proliferation of music composition students, and the changing role of the composer in the modern era. Samuel Andreev highlights the unprecedented opportunities for artists today while acknowledging the challenges. Awful. All right, that's my fucking only Arsler for the month. It's deserved. Stephen Hicks he's awful. He's an awful human being. One of the worst.
Welcome back, everyone. Today, I'm going to be providing you guys my thoughts on Intro to Nietzsche by Dr. Jordan Peterson on the Peterson Academy. So I recently did a video talking about my experiences with the Academy so far, and that video has been doing really well for me. So since you guys have been watching, and I appreciate it, I will fully fledge out my thoughts on Intro to Nietzsche here. I'll talk about the course, what the course is, how is it an Intro to Nietzsche, what does the course go over. I won't get into too much of what I was taught because I don't want to spoil it for you guys.
If anyone ever takes a course where they learn a thing and they won't share spoilers, they didn't learn anything. Because that's not what knowledge is. Hey, I took a course on understanding Nietzsche. I kind of can't tell you anything about it because I don't want to ruin it for you. That's fucking amazing.
I'm not here to reiterate what he was saying, but I'll go over the course. I'll go over the quizzes.
Kevin Spacey's Kaiser Sose.
What are the quizzes like?
Spoiler
How difficult
alert.
are they? Are they worth it? I'll go over kind of the general aspects of the course. Do I think the course is worth it overall? And at the very end of the video, I'll go over a moment that happened in the second lecture that kind of got me teared up and just sold me on the course and made it.
You are an embarrassment. You should feel bad, like that you're putting this out there, that the ramblings of a lunatic who doesn't understand Nietzsche, or, by the way, Dostoevsky in any sense, nor does he talk about them at all in these courses. These are not that. This is an embarrassing thing. That you teared up and were sold on these courses in the second one. I watched it. There's nothing there. You're an embarrassment. You need to stop whatever you're doing and go back to like regular life and just walk away from shit.
Golden for me. So the course is an intro to Nietzsche. I think anybody can take this course.
Maybe he's uneducated. Here's the thing. This is not about being uneducated. I watched that. It's nonsense. He doesn't connect ideas in any meaningful way. The only way you're emotionally touched is if you're already sold into the structure of how he talks, which you've seen in this. This is not a matter of, hey, he said something and the guy didn't know better. No. Jordan Peterson has said nonsense this entire time. If I were to ask you right now and you've never read Nietzsche, like, what is that chapter about? If your answer is anything but like he's looking for truth, something like that, sure. But if you said it was a profound moment for you, you need to really understand you don't have the critical capacity to handle any of this shit. And you need to stop, because you're just going to dive in deeper and deeper and deeper until the riptide takes you out. And then you're going to become a Nazi.
Course. If you haven't read a stitch of Nietzsche in your life, you can take this course and you won't be lost. Jordan Peterson provides everything that he talks about on screen. If he goes over a quote of Nietzsche, you'll see the quote in smoke.
No, we just are watching, and he's done one moment of using a quote, misused it, and otherwise didn't talk about Nietzsche at all this entire time. We're an hour into an hour and 5-minute video. He doesn't do it, and he doesn't do justice or even talk about the quote meaningfully. He is nonsense.
Smoke behind him. You memorize those quotes or write them down because they'll
What the fuck, dude?
pop up later on the quizzes. But not like you have to memorize the whole quote, but
Yeah, it is. Senators. It's Woody Allen had some good lines. I took a speed reading test on War and Peace. It was about Russia. And actually, Jordy didn't even get that far.
You'll get quizzed on what Nietzsche's saying later. So hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Make sure you're paying attention. But
no.
You can take this course and not have read any Nietzsche. You could take this course and have read a ton of Nietzsche and still find it incredibly engaging. I'm somebody who got into Nietzsche when I was 16 or 17 years old.
That's the same. These fucking assholes every goddamn time. That's how it works. And Jordan Peterson, when I was 17, I read Nietzsche for the first time. This guy was 17. Hey, it's almost like you're repeating the same story. You didn't get into fucking Nietzsche. You got into telling girls and guys that you were into Nietzsche to be edgy. Don't fucking lie.
When I was an atheist kid. And I thought I understood Nietzsche at the time. I definitely did not. Since then, I've reread him a couple times, and I actually reread all of Nietzsche about 6 or 8 months ago in preparation for this course.
Then you absolutely didn't read Nietzsche.
I don't recommend reading Nietzsche that way. If you're getting into Nietzsche for the...
You don't recommend reading it? What way? What way did you say here?
Read him a couple times, and I actually reread all of Nietzsche about 6 or 8 months ago.
Oh, you don't recommend reading?
In preparation for this course, I don't recommend reading Nietzsche that way. If you're getting into Nietzsche for the first time, take your time with him. Read him with Dostoevsky at the same time.
Don't do that. Why would you do that? Just because Jordy is talking about them similarly doesn't mean that works.
maybe. I'll talk a little bit more about why you should do that later, but take your time with Nietzsche, spread them out over a year or two, and just, go easy with it, because the subtitle to this course is How to Philosophize with a Hammer, and what that means is Nietzsche's philosophy is...
So, who wants to bet he's never read Nietzsche? I do. So here's how you can find out. I'm putting bets on never read Nietzsche. Here's how you can find out. He's about to say what Nietzsche means by philosophizing with a hammer. For Nietzsche, philosophizing with a hammer means the hammer of a tuning fork. Because he doesn't actually use the word hammer. It's the ball peen. There's a term he uses for it. It's not just like hammer smash. Because stupid people who've never read Nietzsche and didn't read that passage where he explicitly says not to smash things, but instead for him it's, for example, here's this, and here is Picari sweating a plastic thing. Oh. Did you hear that sound? You use a hammer to see what's inside of it versus, oh, it's different. Because that's philosophizing with a hammer, sounding things, saying things, striking things so you can find out what's in them, not to destroy. So, if he says destroy and smash things, we know he didn't read Nietzsche. That's it, by the way.
Of course, is How to Philosophize with a Hammer, and what that means is Nietzsche's philosophy is so damn dense. It's like he's philosophizing with a hammer. Like, to pull that stuff apart takes time. You could read a paragraph of Nietzsche and spend your whole day chewing on it and never fully digest it. So it takes time to work through the thought.
That's not even a coherent sentence. What does that even mean? What does that even mean, dude?
Is so damn dense. It's like he's philosophizing with a hammer. Like,
what does that even mean? Is that a sentence? Do you think that's a sentence? People listen to this and they go, oh yeah, it's so damn dense, just like hammers. Dude, embarrassing.
Like, to pull that stuff apart takes time. You could read a paragraph of Nietzsche and spend your whole day chewing on it and never fully digest it. So
philosophizing with bubblegum.
It takes time to work through the thoughts that he put out.
Philosophizing with a rototiller.
And this course goes over Beyond Good and Evil, which is
philosophizing with a Penguin edition.
The book that I would start with if you're getting into Nietzsche. It's probably the most accessible. On the counter side to that, to contrast it, the most difficult book is probably Thus Spoke Zarathustra.
That's not true at all. That's not true at all. Holy fuck, dude. Like, come on.
Would save that for last. Now, that is my favorite work of Nietzsche, and most people who read Nietzsche, that does end up becoming their favorite work because of what it is. I won't talk about it today because then we'll go down a rabbit hole that'll take forever, but Thus Spoke Zarathustra is a masterpiece, and work your way up to that. Start with Beyond Good and Evil, and that's what this course starts with, is Beyond Good and Evil. So obviously he doesn't go through the whole book. That
doesn't even go through a paragraph so far, a single one.
That would take 1,000 lectures to do, but he takes about 3 or 4 paragraphs from Nietzsche every lecture, and he...
Just so you know, we just watched a video, not even one whole paragraph. He takes the first part of the first paragraph of the chapter, but also doesn't even show the whole thing. Human All Too Human is underrated. Daybreak is underrated. Nietzsche's underrated, just generally. Despite being what people talk about as being this brilliant philosopher, people know a handful of things, but they don't read him. Like, they don't. God is dead. Oh, wow, yeah, God, he's so fucking... Nietzsche's so atheist. Oh, yeah, do you think that's what he's talking about? Have you actually read the goddamn book?
Breaks them down. He pulls them apart. He gets the gum on his fingers, and he pulls them up.
Philosophizing with bubblegum. I fucking told you guys. Look, philosophizing with bubblegum, which is stretchy, like how ideas stretch out over a question, like a condom over a question with a microphone, and STDs, the way that Jordan Peterson has them with his daughter. There you go. Look how easy it is to do Jordan Peterson's shtick.
apart, which is awesome. I don't think that there's any other lecturer or professor that I've ever come across, and I've watched quite a few on Nietzsche, that understands Nietzsche as well as Dr. Jordan Peterson does.
You are a fucking really stupid person. And it's really embarrassing. This is like, you're dumb. You're very dumb. And it's not about being kind. You need to understand that you have a subhuman understanding of these things. And if you think Jordan Peterson has a grasp of it, again, we're watching all of it, and he ain't going to turn it around. The 1 hour we have watched of Jordy, the 1 hour we watched, he not only didn't say anything that Nietzsche was talking about, but he got it so fucking wrong that in the very paragraph that he only showed the half of, Nietzsche contradicts what he's saying in the next few sentences. It is the most embarrassing reading of Nietzsche I've ever seen. And I've watched Philosophy Tube's videos on Nietzsche. This is worse. This is like someone who's never cared and never read anything. So the idea that he has some interesting insight, he not only doesn't show it, he doesn't even show the text or Nietzsche in any of the lectures we've watched so far. There's no Nietzsche here. None. That you're saying no one has understood it as well and you've watched many, you're lying. You're a liar. You're a liar. And your master and Lord has told you you should not be doing anything but pursuing the truth. Embarrassing.
He has a very deep understanding of Nietzsche, and it's awesome because he doesn't keel over and he doesn't bend the knee to kind of the ideas of Nietzsche that he doesn't agree with. You know, maybe a lesser professor would just bend down to Nietzsche and bow to the superior intellect, but Jordan Peterson doesn't do that. He'll take the ideas that he doesn't agree with. He'll tell you exactly why he doesn't agree with them or why they don't work. Or he'll tell you how other philosophers have expanded or improved on those ideas since Nietzsche. You know, he'll talk about Socrates. He'll talk about Hegel and Schopenhauer. And
yes, how all of those people improved on Nietzsche since Nietzsche. I'm going to be very curious how any of those thinkers improved on Nietzsche. Does anyone here know how those guys improved on Nietzsche? You know, I mean, aside from the fact, you know, that would require a complete reversal of time in every single way since all those people existed prior to Nietzsche. But, you know, I mean, all of those guys improved on Nietzsche, right? $600. This guy paid Jordan. This is when you need to understand why are you getting incensed, Brooks? This is how Jordan Peterson made $600 People like this, who then are counter-selling and creating themselves as secondary marketplaces so that way they can pretend like they learned something and then filter more people into that $600 thing. Does he have an affiliate link? No, he does not. Follow us on Letterboxd. Yes, we're going to do that. Support us on Patreon, Deep Thought Productions. Podcast total members 4. Well, that's 4 too many, but you know, maybe Mom's in there. Happy day. Deep Thought. Oh my God. His favorite films are Berserk, Stalker, Mulholland Drive, and Brand. Oh my God. Oh my fuck. He liked Superman. You know, that's at least something, I guess. Fuck. Oh.
Maybe my only critique about the course is that he could talk a little bit more about.
I'm not shitting on any of those films. It's a combination of them as favorite. Favorite's going to be a problem for me. Favorite. I don't think they've done justice to Guts in animated form. My opinion. It's a very long story. I actually kind of know too much about the general idea of how that production's worked. Buddy of mine bought the rights to it for about a decade. Tried to get it remade. No one will do it because there's a lot of specific stuff. I don't think it works, but it's just my opinion.
About Schopenhauer and Hegel, you know, being that they influenced Nietzsche's thoughts so much, but he still went over them. And he brought in, you know, Freud and Jung, which I know those are more psychologists, but he's, you know, if Jordan Peterson's talking, he's probably going to talk about Jung at some point. So he brings in all these thinkers that are all legitimately connected, and he criticizes Nietzsche where he needs to criticize him, and he takes other ideas of Nietzsche that are maybe
Animated Berserk is better than this stream. The movie? Maybe? Was it 97 anime? Had moments. I'm actually actively rewatching it right now because it's been a few years. Yeah, I mean, again, is it good? Sure. The fucking storyline and characters are incredible, but I don't put that in the anime. Like, that's the manga.
Misunderstood or underrated, and he'll pull those apart.
The older it's good, but again, it's the stuff that's good in it. Like, they do fine for it, but it's the manga, the story, the characters, the way they interact, the way that things are said and how their relationships develop that are fascinating. But that's not the anime. This is I have different takes than a lot of people on a lot of this stuff, but I don't have a lot of love for the idea of doing a perfectly fine adaptation.
And expand on them in very interesting ways, and he'll take examples from history and stuff, and it's brilliant. I don't think I've ever seen anybody lecture on Nietzsche as well as Dr. Jordan Peterson.
You just, dude, get his question out of your mouth.
And so if you need an introduction to Nietzsche, I really don't think there's a better introduction than this one. A couple things that I like that he did. Again, I'm not going to go over.
We have a series of talks on Nietzsche on this channel. August, who's in this channel? August, give a big thumbs up or hello. Runs one of those reading groups. Lilia, who also is, she's our Aussie contingent, runs the other half, which is our, for everyone else who's asleep when August is doing stuff. It's phenomenal work. And they're far better because they, like I try with my reading of Anti-Oedipus, or at least I did early on. I try less lately. But it's important when you're going through these things to really be open and talk about the questions people have and how it's going. His lectures, Jordan Peterson has never read Nietzsche. I don't believe he's read Nietzsche. And you can laugh at that. But if you go back and you rewatch his talks right now that we are just going through on the first chapter of this book, the first paragraph, just open the paragraph, read it, see that he leaves out half of it and he doesn't actually talk about what Nietzsche's talking about. It's an irrelevant conversation. It's terrible.
Over everything that he did in the course, because you need to go watch it for yourself, pay the money yourself. I'm not here to reiterate everything he said, but a couple things that he did that I really liked is in the first lecture during the back half of it, for the last 20 to 30 minutes, he spends the time, dotting out the timeline. He puts pins in the timeline of Nietzsche's life. He goes from his birth to his death. And I'm not talking about things that happened in Nietzsche's life, although he does go over that to a degree.
Jesus fucking fuck. This is just so sad. Opinions on new chapters of Berserk. I could do it. They could have not come out. I'd be okay with that. Or what's my joke? Oh, there are? As far as I'm aware, they stopped doing that years ago and they never came out.
He's putting pins of like things that happened in the world. So like Charles Darwin putting out The Origin of Species, or Dostoevsky or Tolstoy releasing a certain novel, or Tchaikovsky coming out with a piece of music. Like, he puts all these things on the timeline so you can understand not just like what Nietzsche was thinking at the time and the new things that were happening in the world for him and how that was affecting his philosophy, but what the times were like for the people around him, because he was criticizing society around him and what it would eventually turn into. And for him to, map out that timeline so you can place yourself in history along with those people, it helps so much. I think it's incredible that he did that. Basically, any course talking about a historical figure should do that. I recently reread Battle Cry for Freedom, which is a book about the Civil War. And each year that they go into, they take a moment to kind of lay out everything that happened in that year, all the new things that...
This is so sad. So it's like, hey, Nietzsche fucking liked Dostoevsky, really liked a lot of the stuff he said. And so I'm going to go through all of that. And he does, but it's like, but it's not in a way of like, oh, here's where Nietzsche went with this or how Nietzsche ran with it. There's nothing like that in the entire thing. It's but again, Jordan Peterson doesn't understand Dostoevsky because Dostoevsky is not big into destiny. He's a fatalist. This is where Amor Fati came from, is Dostoevsky, but Jordy doesn't talk about that. That's not the stuff he's talking about. It's about God and how we need him and how it's important. And it's like, you fucking moron, man.
That were released either in music or in books or inventions that came out during that.
How do you feel about the direction of Berserk manga after the author's death? I can't pinpoint exactly when it happened in terms of like, I'm not aware enough of Berserk to know where it fell apart. I just know that generally I'm okay with it not ever being finished, because it's just the way that Berserk is inked and set up and angled, and the pacing is it's masterful. It's very, very good. And it just stopped being that after a while, and it's okay.
In that time, and it helps put you in the history, and I really, really appreciated that. So that's something that happened in the first lecture.
Junji Ito is no longer human is amazing.
That I really liked, and I'll go over the quizzes, and then I'll talk about what happened in that second lecture for me. So I'll stop talking about the course for now. Needless to say, I thought it was worth my money, and I thought it's an amazing intro to Nietzsche. I really don't know what he could have done any better.
Too mean? $600. It's a $600 course. I fixed it. Yeah, that's fair. Boop, boop. I probably do need to tune it down. It's really bad. My snark comes out really hard, especially with Jordan Peterson stuff, because it's like he's charging $6. If it was just some fucking video, but this guy is getting 100%. This guy made Jordan Peterson 20 grand. Because if he's doing a video that's got 6,000 views, that is this, takes 15, 20, 30 people. That's insane.
I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was dense, and because there's nobody raising their hands, there's no breaking in the train of thought from the
They're a paid audience, dude.
start of the hour to the end of the hour. It's dense, man. Like it's a real
It is not dense.
university course. At least it feels like that for me, and I feel like you can cram more.
I didn't go to university. It did not feel like that. It felt like a preacher on the corner who's having a bad day.
Into just 8 lectures than say another university could in 20, with people raising their hands and professors showing up a little bit sluggish or whatnot. Jordan Peterson, every single lecture is just on point, alert, awake. Quizzes for me, I did really well in the first 3. I got 100%. You could take each quiz right after the lecture is over. I believe that's how it works. You might be able to take the quiz before the lecture, but I don't know why you would do that. There's information on the quiz of stuff that's directly mentioned in the lecture that you couldn't really figure out unless you saw the lecture. So definitely watch the lecture, then take the quiz, and take the quiz right after. I would not recommend watching all the lectures, then doing all the quizzes, because you'll forget what was mentioned where, and you'll get things wrong that you shouldn't have gotten wrong. So take the lecture, take the quiz immediately after. Like I said, I did pretty well in the first 3 quizzes, and then they got progressively more difficult, which was great. I liked that. I liked the scaling up. For it to get more difficult. Now, there was a quiz 5, the percentage of, well, my percentage and the peer average dropped off by like 5 or 10%. It dipped.
If you got 100% on a course of any sort that is about the first section of Beyond Good and Evil, you are being scammed. That's it. You should not be able to get 100% on a quiz that is about explaining the first chapter of Beyond Good and Evil. It's not it. It's not it.
And here are...
It's just, that's not it.
The relevant facts. Now, generally, if you're a practicing scientist, you don't bother too much with the if statement because everyone just accepts it axiomatically, right? We assume that the scientific endeavor is embedded in an underlying ethical endeavor. We also make other assumptions too, which are not obviously true on the face of it. So you could ask yourself, is investigation into the structure of the material world redemptive in the final analysis? You might say, obviously. It's like, well, what about the Frankenstein story? What about the invention of the atom bomb? And how do we know that that's not just going to take us out completely? And how can we be so sure that our attempt to investigate and manipulate the material world won't just end in cataclysmic
This has nothing to do with Nietzsche at all.
And the answer is something like, well, we've decided to operate on the assumption that reality has an intelligible structure, a logos, implicit in it, and that investigation of that is by definition redemptive. And we staked our entire...
Literally everything he's arguing against in that very paragraph is what you're stating. Everything that he's stating is argued against in that first paragraph. It's insane. This is insane. It's that level of fucked up that he's taking the first half and twisting it so it doesn't even match the second half of a single paragraph in an entire book that he's supposed to be teaching us about the first chapter. It's fucking crazy.
Scientific enterprise is staked on that a priori proposition. And it's questionable. Now, I happen to believe it's true, but only if the scientists and the technologists
can't imagine why you're thinking this then
are guided by an ethos that allows them to...
Maybe we should ask, hey, Jordy, this idea that you believe truth is a virtue, why do you think truth is a virtue? But also, isn't it a more important question, I think, that you could answer? Why do we think it's a virtue? And why do we think about it and ask that question? Are we even the person asking the question? Or is it the question that we're actually asking of ourselves? The question being spawned itself, as if we were Oedipus in front of the Sphinx and not the Sphinx itself. Someone should write something along the lines of that would follow up the point.
Select the facts of investigation in relationship to what you might describe as the proper goal. And then that...
No weapon spoilers. I haven't seen it.
Begs another question is, well, what's the proper goal? And that's what Nietzsche is really trying to delve into here. It's like, well, if there is this will to truth, first of all, what is it? And why does it have this semi-autonomous nature? And then what exactly do we mean by truth here?
Absolutely none of those things are in that paragraph. Absolutely not. None of that. I read it already. We've shown it to you. None of that is in there. That is absolutely not what Nietzsche's asking in anything in this book in any way. He wants to ask why we believe truth is a virtue. and why the pursuit of truth we believe is virtuous. That's the question. None of these other things are the question. He's dismissed those things in other books already. He's beyond what you're trying to do here, Jordan. None of this shit is in that fucking book. None of this. None.
And Nietzsche already knew that merely presuming that truth is something like concordance with the objective facts was insufficient. First of all, it was an inaccurate description of what we do, but it also doesn't solve the problem and can't. Too many facts.
That is a thing he said as one of the many, many ways he takes down the idea of objective truth and reality in every single way. And again, you've not only not answered his questions that he asks, which if you're going to dismiss parts of Nietzsche, that's fine. Answer his questions. You can't just go, yeah, I don't really listen to Marx. Well, then how do you think labor operates? I don't know. I'm not going to answer that. I just think Marx is stupid. That part of him. You can't do that. Like, the questions they ask require answers. That's his point of being in front of the Sphinx and being Oedipus. We have to answer it. We have to answer it, and you have to answer. You can't just dismiss the question. You stupid fuck.
Too many facts. That's the fundamental issue. Who is it really that puts questions to us here? What in us really wants truth? Two great questions. Why does something bother you? Why are those the mysteries that...
No, that's not what he's asking. You fucking charlatan. You charlatan piece of shit. That you make money off of this is embarrassing. God damn it.
You're searching answers to. And what accounts for the somewhat arbitrary nature of that? And then why might you axiomatically assume...
You don't have to analyze. These sentences don't require explanation. They are the words. You fucking moron. Anyone who requires someone to explain who is it really that puts questions to us here? What in us really wants truth? That's it. That's the sentence. There's no further explanation. There's nothing more complex than that. He's just asking those questions. That's it.
Why are those the mysteries that you're searching answers to? And what accounts for the somewhat arbitrary nature of that?
No.
And then why might you axiomatically assume that if you do have a problem that announces itself to you, that if you pursued the truth, that would be the manner in which you might find a solution?
That is not at all what he's talking about. He's asking why you want to pursue the truth in the first place. Why do you think that's good? That's literally the words he uses in that why, you fucking idiot.
Now, because you can imagine alternative hypotheses. I mean, if I want to establish a relationship with you, I could establish it on the basis of something approximating truth, or I could decide what the hell I want from you.
The fuck are you talking
every
about?
Single thing I say to only acquire from you.
This is the thing. He is absolutely a charlatan, without a doubt. That he has the arrogance to talk in this way about things and just go off and not even come back to a thing that matters. He can't even allow his brain to finish the question Nietzsche's asking because he doesn't have a fucking answer. So he has to reinvent the question live in front of us to avoid being required to answer the question. Because if he rewrites the question for the idiots in front of him, then the answer he gives for his question is sensible, and it can be anything he wants. That's the game he plays. Oh, it's not a sophist. Sophist would be amazing. He's not even doing sophistry. Sophistry would be cool. This is charlatanism. It's a difference.
Do what it is I want. And it isn't obvious.
A sophist would make people question things and continue to question things. He's answering his own question by rewriting everything and not allowing anyone to talk with him. Sophists at least talked. Like they went back and forth. They fucked with things, but they did stuff. This isn't even sophistry.
A priori, which of those categories is more appropriate? Even from the perspective of truth, because I might say, well, my truth above all. And if I have to make you an instrumental object of my truth, why shouldn't I do that? Indeed, we came to a long halt at the question about the cause of this will, until we finally came to a complete stop before a still even more basic question. We asked about the value of the will. Suppose we want truth. Why not rather untruth? So in social psychology, 20 years ago, there was a big flurry of activity, which personally I found rather appalling, based on the proposition that the normal healthy person had to deceive themselves about the nature of the world. Is that the world is so unpalatable in its fundamental essence, so rife with suffering, that if you didn't shield yourself with positive illusions, you were going to suffer from decrements in mental health. And that was Shelley Taylor, if I remember correctly. And she tried to, and she was criticized. Well, how do you tell the difference between a positive illusion
having
and
chips.
a pathological deception? And the answer to that is we don't know, and like it's a slippery slope. And she used data pertaining, for example, to so-called depressive realism. The people who pursued that line of reasoning purported to demonstrate that if you took a normal person who wasn't depressed, and then you took a person who was depressed, and you asked them a set of questions about a set of facts, the depressive people were more realistic in relationship to their unbiased representation of the facts. Their depression made them more realistic viewers of the world, whereas the typical healthy person had a rose-colored glass.
What the fuck? What does this have to do with the quote? Suppose we want truth. Why not rather untruth, uncertainty, ignorance? He's asking that. He's not answering that there. This is not a sardonic, why do we want truth? Why not ignorance? Meh. It's like, no. Why not? Why do you value that?
Filter on the world so that they were inhabiting a kind of a universe of Pollyanna delusion. And worse, that was necessary for the maintenance of mental health. Now, I believe, and still believe, that was an appalling set of doctrines, and also based on science so unsophisticated in relationship to the profundity of that question that you don't even know where to start when you begin to criticize it. First of all, most of the people they looked at weren't depressed. They were depressed by mild behaviorist standards, so they were somewhat more depressed than the typical person. Maybe they scored, there's a questionnaire measure, the Beck Depression Inventory. You can score anywhere from 9 to 60 on it, and 9 puts you in the moderately or mildly depressed range. It's like 1/3 of college students score higher than that in their first year consistently. They're not depressed. 60 is depressed. You're just out. And so most of the people, certainly that social psychologists study, who were depressed, they were mildly sad for a little bit of time. And it might be that you are enough of a Pollyanna so that when you're a little sad, you're actually more accurate. You give more accurate descriptions of yourself. And
Pollyanna? Pollyanna. Are you fucking... How?
Sad for a little bit of time. And it might be that you are enough of a Pollyanna so that when you're a little sad, you're actually more accurate. You give more accurate descriptions of yourself and the world. But that doesn't mean that...
Why is... So his argument is, maybe you're the type who's unreasonably cheerful, and so if you're a little sad, you're more realistic. Fucking dude, Pollyanna is a really interesting, weird old reference. You fucking creep.
Depression makes you a realist. if you get really depressed, you fall into a very unidimensional view of the world, which is that your whole past was nothing but a blighted catastrophe. The present is even worse, and you might as well just forget about the future entirely.
Well, now we have a secret view into his mind, because I agree that's his life.
And so depression is the collapse of your entire system of apprehension into like a nihilistic nightmare. And the idea that that's more realistic is preposterous.
I guess you could say, Senators, I'll say he's a sophist with himself, because he's not making a coherent single argument. He's kind of arguing with himself in his head, and we're witnessing the mechanization of that as it continues to the next thing. Because again, all of this, none of this is even related to the fucking Nietzsche quote. He's not like trying to make a coherent point. He's a fucking moron, and his brain's rotted.
So, but in any case, it raised an interesting question is, well, aren't you happier if you just don't look at the terrors of life? And
no, not the point Nietzsche's making at all. He has words that are in a specific order that you can just read. Again, I'm not trying to be ableist or anything here, but if you need someone to interpret those lines for you, take a break and go read more complex books and come back to this. Do that. Come back to this. If you need someone, suppose we want truth, but why not rather untruth, uncertainty, ignorance? If you don't understand that he's asking, why do we prefer one versus the other, as a foundational question, if you need someone to interpret these sentences, look, there are night classes, there's lots of things you can do. But this is not a thing you should be doing if you need someone to interpret those sentences for you. This is not... Deleuze talks about the body without organs. People don't get that. There's zero blame for that for me. That's complicated, weird, jargony shit. Spinoza, he talks about substance and potentius versus potentia versus potestas. I get it. These are jargon, language, older stuff. This is not that. This is the most clear, simple writing that Nietzsche does. And if you need him interpreting that, you got to take a break from things. This is not for you for the time being. You can come back to it, but don't listen to a charlatan tell you that this is about Nietzsche saying, aren't you happier if you don't look at the terrors of life? No. And the idea Nietzsche would give a fuck about being happier is insane.
You could certainly see that in the short term that could easily be the case, and you could also see that to some degree you do that for your children, because you just don't expose a 4-year-old to everything horrible in the world at once.
You expose a 4-year-old to, you expose yourself to a 4-year-old all the time, Jordy? Is that, couldn't help it. Bad language.
You do it in a measured manner. And so, well, how much do you have to be protected from reality in order to function? And is there a difference between the practical simplifications that you use to orient yourself in the world and the delusions that might protect you from emotional upset? And if there is a difference, what is the difference? It's like, these are very, very difficult questions to answer, even to formulate.
And yet, none of these are the questions Nietzsche's asking in that sentence you just read. Just making up your own profundity because you like your head in your own asshole. And at this point, I think it's probably the only thing that's large enough that you feel when it goes up there.
Formulate. And suppose we want truth. Why not rather untruth? Well, that's what you assume every time you tell a lie. So untruth is preferable to truth. Because otherwise, why would you tell a lie. And every child experiments with lies, and intelligent children experiment earlier and more with lies. Why not generate a plausible fiction and inhabit that, especially if you can get away with it? Why not happiness above all? Certainly, why not happiness above clarity?
Nietzsche is not using complex language here or referring to secondary things. His language is simple, basic, tight, really easy. Because, like most philosophers, the language is what they're writing. They're not really referring to secondary stuff. Some of them may be doing that in a way where you think of secondary stuff, where you're working through the mechanistics of the systems they're building. But there is no, well, that sentence, wow, I better look it up, better understand it. You can do that, and you can dive. But at that point, you're doing secondary work. You're not doing what the philosopher wrote. You're not doing the words on the page. You're not doing the work yourself. You're just having someone tell you, I'm an expert. Here's the real questions they're asking, as if they're demystifying it. That's not any good philosopher. You may need help to get through it. You may need help to understand the bigger picture, how things connect. Miss a thing here, not understand a thing here. I've had to do this. I still have to do this. I have people in the QC help me all the time. These books can be difficult. But reading the words and understanding the words as they are is step one.
A vision. And those are questions that plague everyone to some degree. Suppose we want truth. Why not rather untruth and uncertainty, even ignorance? Freud's criticism of religion is that religion was a defense against death anxiety. And so he regarded that with he regarded that as insufficiently courageous, and the whole religious enterprise as a form of cowardice in the face of the catastrophe of life. I don't think that's a particularly useful criticism, because it begs, here's a question it begs, if religion is nothing but a defense against death anxiety, then why is the central symbol of Christianity a crucifix?
This has nothing to do with the fucking... He just said the most basic fucking thing, and this has nothing to do with any of it. He's not a deep thinker. People need to stop realizing that. He's not a deep thinker. These people aren't deep thinkers. They're wrong thinkers.
You think it'd be like a happy face, right? Well, I mean it. The crucifix is the last thing you'd pick if that was your hypothesis, because at minimum what it does is confront people with an image of agonized suffering. And it doesn't seem that that's exactly commensurate with the notion that in some simple manner religion is nothing but a defense mechanism.
What the shit? The shit. Well, Wesley, you have an interesting channel. I am not sure what to do with it or how to consider it. Hello. You do not seem to be a person who really wants to listen. Aren't you a fun person to just simply prejudge someone based on a few moments? You're fun. You're fun.
Mechanism against the fear of death. Now, that's a complicated problem, and there are defense mechanism-like elements of any axiomatic belief. But suppose we want truth. Why not rather untruth and uncertainty, even ignorance? Ignorance is bliss. There's an aphorism.
I mean, that has nothing to do with this at all. It's just, here are related words I have and a related aphorism that utilizes one of these words that has nothing to do with what Nietzsche is saying in any capacity. But it's a reference that you will then follow and think that Nietzsche's subtly jabbing at because I'm giving you the secret code words to what he's teaching. He's certainly not asking just simply why is truth preferential to untruth or ignorance or not knowing something, which would be just the words he's saying. And of course, the point of the rest of the paragraph, but who are we going to say anything about that?
The problem of the value of truth. So that's one paragraph of the introduction of Beyond Good and Evil. So you can...
Yeah, it's not even, by the way, it continues from there. There's another 6 sentences. He didn't even finish the first paragraph. The problem of the value of truth. And we can see this, and again, just for fun, just because it's enjoyable for me to go back. Come on, Jordy.
It's like, well,
what a fucking moron this guy is.
And likely for the rest of the...
Come on
the way to something productive, the mental manner. Then you can also understand, still tempt...
Come on, Jordy. Show me the quote on your fucking screen so we can see that you knew there was a fucking rest of the quote too. There it is.
Why did you pick the facts that you picked? And that's an unbelievably intractable problem.
You do
it's
it, Jordy.
The problem. It's the...
So, untruth, certainty, ignorance, the problem of the value of truth. He didn't even finish his own... He doesn't even have the fucking paragraph in here. How do you do that? How do you not even put the full I assumed he had the full paragraph. That's fucking amazing.
You don't even notice you take them for granted. Complicated, even ignorance. Ignorance is bliss. There's an aphorism. But you become aware of the fact that those invisible propositions exist and that you take them for granted. Or perhaps you should, if the pursuit of truth is worthwhile. And maybe you shouldn't because, well, ignorance is bliss.
That's insane. He's completely out of his fucking mind. That's a shocking thing. I mean, again, this fucking guy, and it's amazing that people listen to him and they think he's a authority on anything. Like, he's not an authority on Jung even at this point. You could make arguments that Mouse Meaning at some point had something in it, but it's not like he was doing something interesting with Jung at the time. He's not enough of a thinker to do anything interesting, to say the least. That's just not the case. It's just not the case. I think it's important to remember that. I'm going to end up editing this down. This is I'm just going to... It's been fun, Wesley, but that is some weird ass fucking psychotic shit. So you enjoy. It was fine before 2018. No, not really. He didn't really have a great grasp of Jung. I have friends who are like into Jung and they're like, hey, it was, at least he could teach it, but it's not like he did anything interesting with Jung either. It was fun. It was fun until the nuclear bomb comment. Pass. I have no interest in that. It is 1:40 a.m. At this point, we will be heading to sleep. Tomorrow at noon Pacific, you can join us for our Klasowski Vicious Circle continued reading, which is about Nietzsche, and we actually read and talk about it. You want to see where he's going? You don't. It's the same kind of thing. Once you have someone like this, he's telling me, I had a friend who I lost to psychosis, Todd. I shouldn't say lost. He's around. But I got hit up Todd is a good dude and a talented producer and very, very nice guy, film producer. He's worked on films that you've watched, certainly films you've heard of. And he snapped one day, and he ran into me and he was telling me that I was the reincarnation of John the Baptist, and he was Christ, and that he was going to come into money and he would help us rebuild the kingdom of God here on earth. He was serious. And a couple of us who were close to him, we did what we could to get up. Then he vanished. He showed up 2 years later. We didn't hear a thing from him. I got a text. And he told me, and a few of us actually, but he told me in text, like, I want to talk. I bet you we've got something we could do, blah, blah, blah. And he had been taken in by an Atlantean cult group and was the son of God. And I was John the Baptist. And it was absolutely off the rails. Watching someone who has such a keen mind go downhill at that level, it changes you when it comes to sort of how you view genuine illnesses like that. It's fun when people are playing at it, and I don't mind it. I don't think it's mocking that. I think it's playing with the free association and doing stuff is the thing. But when you're actually think you're serious and you're touching into a reality that simply there's nothing there, and you are certain of it, and anytime you have that certainty, you start building the pearl around that grain of sand yourself, and you can't get away from it. Can't get away from it. It's a shame. So I wish Wesley all the best. His music looked interesting. And he seems like a very nice guy from what I can see from the videos. I wish you all the luck. Find someone who cares about you and they'll help you do their thing. Then get help. It's good. It's not bad. Nice binary. Yeah, a little bit. I know. It is like a little bit. But have you dealt with a lot of people who are off that edge? Because you feel it. If that person fell into madness, it means you can do it. Well, it's there but for the grace of God is the phrase, I believe. And if you haven't actually walked up to that line, which not everyone has, and I don't recommend it, but if you have walked up to that line, you don't actually know if you came back. You think you do, but you don't actually know. So you spend a place in a lot of self-doubt and worry and nervousness for the rest of your life. But doubt, self-doubt, curiosity, trying to figure things out versus the certainty of the other side of that line, it's a real thing. Like, it is a real thing. And that line is a very real thing. Certainty is terrifying when you see it in someone. Certainty is terrifying when you see it in someone like that. Tomorrow will be our friend Klosowski and Nietzsche. After that, we'll be doing Challenging Morality, which is his next video, followed by The Will to Power, which I'm sure he will not completely fuck up. Then Courageous Trust, Embracing Struggle, and Views on Christianity, which is the 8th video. We're going to be doing all of these. I am going to continue to do them forever. We're going to continue doing them until we're done, and I cannot wait. I cannot wait. But until then, if you like what I do, if you generally support it and you think it's not the worst thing that's ever existed, which, hey, thank you for not thinking I'm the worst thing that's ever existed. That makes me happy. Join the Discord. Say hi. Come talk. Shoot the shit. We're here to support and help people as they make their way forward with it. We have multiple reading groups on Nietzsche if you want to check it out at discord.gg/DGQC. We have a couple Deleuze reading groups. We have a Guattari reading group. We have Deleuze and Guattari Anti-Oedipus reading group that goes every Tuesday and will until I die. We have a Rier reading group going actively, I think, still. And a bunch of others. We had a reading today. Shakespeare led a reading of an insane book. Not insane, like an insane book that like fucked my head up. Called Cartels Aren't Real. Basically. I think that's actually the title. It's about how the world sort of invented the idea of the drug cartel. And it's fucking horrifying to read because it makes you go, oh, I don't think I understand as a thing. Passion. Hey, we do have rules. We break the rules, you go. We might do I might do an appeal stream at some point. We'll see if we can get some appeals for behavior, but I'm not sure. Because we do generally just, it's not really like a social space. It's intended to be focused around learnings and stuff like that. So who knows? But that's great. If you have an extra couple bucks to spare, I wouldn't turn it down. You can head over to Patreon, patreon.com/DGQC. A couple bucks a month from, just a handful of people goes an extremely long way towards being able to do this full time and not having to have stress all the time. And you don't believe in permanent punishment, do you? No, but it's not permanent punishment. Well, again, we'll figure it out. Just not today. Pash. Those angry faces, though, make me wonder if you believe in permanent anger. And with that, I'll see you all soon enough.